Check. Okay. Can you write this contract in plain English? Grok. Okay, this is the one here, Exhibit A. Copy. And then we'll go to Love Voice. And let's see. See if there's anybody in the chat. Okay, no, nothing yet. Ooh, sign into chat. Hold on. I gotta sign in here. Okay, I'm in the chat. All right, ready? Let's see what kind of voice we're gonna use. Anna, Aria, Michelle, Ava, Emma. Go Emma. Cause Emma.
Exhibit A. Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement, simplified. This agreement is about protecting UFC Gym's confidential information and inventions. By signing, you agree to the following.
No conflicts.
You promise you haven't signed any agreements that conflict with this one or your job at UFC Gym. You won't use or share anyone else's confidential information, like a former employer's, while working for us, unless we approve it in writing. You also confirm you haven't kept any confidential materials from past jobs. Company owns inventions. Any ideas, inventions, or work you create during your employment that relate to UFC Gym's business belong to the company. You'll tell us about these inventions and help us secure legal rights to them at our expense. If you created something before working here that relates to our business, list it in Appendix B so we can confirm it's not ours. If you use someone else's confidential information in your work, you give UFC Gym permission to use it without restrictions. Exception: you don't have to give us inventions you create entirely on your own time, without using our resources, unless they relate to our business or come from work you did for us, per California Labor Code Section 2870, attached as Appendix A. Moral rights. If you have any moral rights, like control over how your work is used, you agree to let UFC Gym use your work as needed and won't object to how we use it. Protecting confidential information. Any trade secrets, customer details, or other sensitive information you learn or create while working here is proprietary information. You'll keep it confidential and only use it for your job. If you leave, you must return all company materials, except your pay records and this agreement. You have no privacy rights on our computers or systems, and we can monitor your activity. No competing. While working here, you won't work for or help any competing business. Not a contract. This agreement doesn't guarantee you a job for a set time. You're still an at-will employee and other company policies may apply. Ongoing obligations. Even after you leave, you must keep our secrets and assign inventions to us. We can tell your future employers about these obligations. Legal details. New York law applies to this agreement. If any part isn't valid, the rest still holds. If you break this agreement, we can seek a court order to stop you, in addition to other remedies.
Alright, this is the part that I don't like. Let's get this in a male voice now. David.
Company owns inventions. Any ideas, inventions, or work you create during your employment that relate to UFC Gym's business belong to the company. You'll tell us about these inventions and help us secure legal rights to them at our expense. If you created something before working here that relates to our business, list it in Appendix B so we can confirm it's not ours. If you use someone else's confidential information in your work, you give UFC Gym permission to use it without restrictions. Exception, you don't have to give us inventions you create entirely on your own time, without using our resources, unless they relate to our business or come from work you did for us, per California Labor Code Section 2870, attached as Appendix A. Moral rights. If you have any moral rights, like control over how your work is used, you agree to let UFC Gym use your work as needed and won't object to how we use it.
I'm sorry, I'm used to using ChatGPT, no offense. But it was recommended to me to try using Grok, and so I'd like to keep moving forward with you on this. If possible, can you help me to fill out this Appendix B to protect my intellectual property? Jess says AI will destroy humanity. Mark my words. What do you mean? Like, do you mean like in the Matrix or Terminator? Seems like Jess just came in to say that AI will destroy humanity. Mark my words, and then leave. Cool story, bro. Did you like David, or should we go? Let's try Roger. Roger that.
Appendix B. Prior matter. The following lists intellectual property and works I created before my employment with Gym, LLC, UFC Gym, starting April 21st, 2025, that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. These are excluded from the proprietary information and inventions agreement per Section 2. Personal brand. The Master Luki brand, including my professional name, logo, and associated martial arts identity used in coaching, media, and promotion since insert approximate start year, e.g., 1995. Training methodology. A unique martial arts training system developed over 30 years, including specific techniques, drills, and coaching methods used in my private instruction and public seminars before April 2025. Media content. YouTube channel, insert channel name or URL if applicable, e.g., Master Luki Martial Arts, with videos on martial arts techniques, coaching tips, and fitness, created and published before April 2025. Also includes any related social media posts on platforms like Instagram or X under my personal accounts. Written works. Any articles, manuals, or guides on martial arts or fitness I wrote and shared publicly or privately before April 2025, including insert specific titles if applicable, e.g. Luki's MMA Fundamentals Guide. I reserve all rights to these works and confirm they were developed without using UFC Gym's resources. I'm happy to discuss further details in person on my first day to ensure clarity and alignment with UFC Gym's policies. Signed, underscore 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 underscore.
Yo. All right. So we gotta. Okay, that was really good. Thank you. It was a bit much for the first post. I was actually just wondering if you could help, not necessarily the finished product. But what I would like you to do, if possible, is give me a framework, not the actual copy of what is going to go in the document, but give me a framework, and then I'm going to take it point by point because there's a lot of little details that I'd like to take my time and flesh out. The Shield of Christ says, "What are you watching?" So what I'm doing is I'm using Grok to fill out Appendix B, which is a portion of an employment contract I received from the UFC Gym, which I applied for a position at last week. They sent me the contract, and in this contract, there is a. Let's see if we can scroll back up. There's a portion right here which says, besides the image consent and release, there is the proprietary information and inventions agreement, where they are trying to protect their proprietary information, but then also right here, company owns inventions. Any ideas, inventions, or work you create during your employment that relate to UFC Gym's business belong to the company. You'll tell us about these inventions and help us secure legal rights to them at our expense. If you created something before working here that relates to our business, list it in Appendix B so we can confirm it's not ours. So if you're new to this channel, you may not know, but I am a martial arts practitioner, and I'm a martial arts practitioner for 30 years and a teacher for 20. Let's see, I started in 1999 teaching, and this is 2005, 25. So 25 plus 1, 26, over 25 years teaching. So 30 years training, 25 years teaching. And I created my own martial art, and not just my own martial art, but my own martial art ranking system, my own martial arts training system, and my own martial arts competition system. And I'm writing it all into a book. So I want to protect my intellectual property in this Appendix B before I sign this contract. Now, they did remove the contract, so I can't even sign it anymore. And it may have been because I told them that I was going to fill out this Appendix B and they just didn't want to be bothered. Or I also was told that it's possible that they that the contract itself had timed out. So I'm gonna fill it out anyway because it is my intellectual property, and I think this has to be done regardless. Hey, what's up, Darren? So let's see here. We're gonna copy, and then we'll put this into Grok. And then check all my birthday messages. I see, and you read all of that? I didn't read the whole contract. I uploaded the contract to Grok, and Grok um, translated it into plain English for me. Yeah, today's my birthday, bro. I was born at 3:31 p.m., I think, in Brooklyn, New York. I have it on my certificate somewhere. All right, here we go. Control C. And we'll go back into Love Voice. And let's put a nice female voice here. We got here Guy, Jenny, Stefan, Ava, Alice. Let's try Alice. Thanks, Darren. I appreciate it. You have exceeded the character limit for the plan. Please upgrade to continue. What am I up to? 3118. Oh, you see, stupid. It's not a free thing. Let's try this. Free AI text to speech, no character limit, no sign up. Let me use chat for this one. I'm looking for a free online text to speech AI voice generator so that I can copy the text from ChatGPT or Grok and listen to it, but I don't want to have to sign up with my email. And I just used one that apparently has a character limit. So I did it for a while, and I copy pasted several paragraphs. But after a while, it came back that I reached the character limit, and then they wanted me to sign up for the upgraded membership. So please, if you can, find me a text to speech AI voice generator with no sign up required and no character limit. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the birthday wishes, the Shield of Christ, and Darren. Happy, I appreciate that. And apparently, what the? Save the memory full? What is going on here? What happened? What is? Pay for Super Grok $10 a month. It's really good. All right, give me $10, Sammy. Give me $20 actually, because YouTube's gonna take half the money. $20 free files without registration. All right, fucking what even happened on this? Can you find me a AI generated voice for text to speech that doesn't require any type of membership nor has any character limit? Online only, no phone, no app. Entirely free. Here we go. UnlimitedTTS.com. Let's try it. UnlimitedTTS.com. All right. This looks good. Let me. Whoops. No, didn't mean to do that. What the fuck did I just do? Okay. Bookmarks. Bookmark this tab. TTS tool. And we'll put this in AI. Done. And now we're going to get rid of love voice. Delete. Shit, wrong one. Bookmark this page. Alright, I'm gonna delete this one. Where's my brother? He's been around. We haven't been recording the meetings. We've been having them pretty regularly every Saturday. But he lives in Astoria, so it's only like once a week we get together. Okay, so where are we? Copy. paste. Alright. Okay. Mark 0. Let's try 0.
Appendix B, Prior Matter Framework. This framework helps you list intellectual property and works created before employment with UGym, LLC, UFC Gym, to exclude them from the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Use the categories below to identify and describe your prior works. For each, provide enough detail to clarify ownership without disclosing confidential information, per agreement terms. Discuss any complex items with UFC Gym on your first day if needed. Personal brand and identity. Description: list any professional names, logos, or branding you've used in your career that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. Prompt: what name or logo do you use for your martial arts work? When did you start using it? Is it trademarked or publicly recognized? Example placeholder: your professional name or brand. Example Master Luki, used since year for purpose. Example coaching or media. Training methods or techniques. Description: include any unique martial arts or fitness training systems, techniques, or coaching methods you developed before employment. Prompt: have you created a specific training program or set of techniques? When did you develop it? Have you taught it publicly or privately? Example placeholder: name or description of method. Example Luki's MMA system, developed since year for context. Example seminars or classes. Media and content. Description: list videos, social media posts, or other content you created and shared, publicly or privately, related to martial arts or fitness. Prompt: do you have a YouTube channel, Instagram, or X account with relevant content? What types of content? Example tutorials, vlogs. When did you start posting? Example placeholder, platform and content type. Example YouTube channel with MMA tutorials, active since year. Written or published works. Description: include any articles, manuals, books, or guides you wrote about martial arts, coaching, or fitness before employment. Prompt: have you written any training guides, blog posts, or books? Were they published or shared? When were they created? Example placeholder, title or description. Example MMA coaching manual, written in year for purpose. Example personal use or sale. Other intellectual property. Description: list any other relevant creations, like patented techniques, copyrighted designs, or software related to your work. Prompt: do you have any patents, copyrights, or trademarks? Any apps or tools you developed? When were they created? Example placeholder, type of IP. Example copyrighted seminar slides, created in year. Additional notes. For each item, note the approximate creation date or time period to show it predates your employment, before April 21, 2025. If an item is complex or sensitive, summarize it briefly and note you'll discuss details in person, as the agreement allows. Confirm that all listed works were created without UFC Gym's resources, example equipment, facilities, or secrets. Sign and date the document to make it official.
Sorry about that. Oh, if you ever need a reference for any lawsuit, I'll say anything you need me to say about personally using your system and whatever for whatever years you need covered. Oh, I appreciate that. The thing is, this is all documented. The the video documentation is on YouTube. You know, all you have to do is go back on my YouTube channel and see the dates. Like for example, if we go to my playlists and just click on any one, like let's see. Hmm? Where's my this more pages, that's why. I was like, tell me it's gone. And not that the videos are gone, but the playlist. Master Lukey's LOC sparring. Alright. So look, click on here. View on YouTube. Okay, streamed 2 years ago. 10 years ago. Look at this, guys. Hold on. If I do like this. Yeah, you can see that, right? 10 years ago. MMA sparring championships featuring Saber. Featuring the dentist. 10 years ago, 10 years ago, 10 years ago. 11 years ago. So, yeah. It's documented. Shit, and that's just YouTube. There's Instagram, there's Facebook. So, I'm going to use Google Drive here. We'll do new document. Let's see. I feel like maybe this should be, get a new display capture on window capture. And do that. We'll come in here and we'll go like this. Boom. 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 Alright. So, I'm going to take this is ChatGPT. Sorry, we're going to Grok now. Shout out to Jay, told me to use Grok. Copy. Paste. And just call this Appendix B. And now we'll go over here. This framework helps you list intellectual property. And this I heard is supposed to be good for brain function. It's called Mozart Sonata for 2 pianos. So I don't know. There's no copyright on Mozart, right? It's too long ago. Not that it matters. I'm not monetizing any videos anymore.
I started experiencing hair loss on my edges specifically. My part was
Just tell me if that's too loud, guys. Whoever's watching. Okay, this framework helps you list intellectual property and works created before employment with UFC Gym to exclude them from the proprietary information and inventions agreement. Use the categories below to identify and describe your prior works. For each, provide enough detail to clarify ownership without disclosing confidential information. Oh, that's good to know. Let's just delete this. Whoop. Okay, personal brand and identity. List any professional. It's okay. List any professional names, logos, or branding you've used in your career that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. I think I could do this without AI. Oh my god.
This guy's name's definitely fucking Salvador. Alright, looks respectable. Alright. I was chilling by his cornfish pond smoking a cig. I like
cool.
this guy, cuz his little poodle. This guy's fucking Italian, cuz. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god. Alright. List any professional names, logos, or branding you've used in your career that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. Okay, so we're going to copy. We'll go to Grok. Now I'm going to fill this part out. Quote, end quote. Yo, jeez. I'll help you fill out the personal brand and identity section of the Appendix B framework. You've chosen to focus on the part that says list any professional names, logos, or branding used in your career that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. Since you want to flesh out the details yourself, I'll provide guidance, context, and a structured approach to help you craft this section without giving you a finished product. I'll incorporate insights from our prior discussions and I'll align with the contract's requirements. The goal is to help you list your professional names, logos, or branding clearly to exclude them from UFC Gym's ownership while giving you room to add specific details at your own pace. Okay. This section of Appendix B is where you identify any professional names, logos, or branding you've used before starting at UFC Gym that relate to martial arts, coaching, or fitness. By listing them, you ensure UFC Gym can't claim ownership of these assets under the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. The contract requires you to describe these in a way that doesn't disclose confidential information or violate third-party rights, and you can discuss complex terms with UFC Gym on your first day. Key considerations. See, this is why I like Grok better than ChatGPT. Grok has a good memory, and it references it. ChatGPT, I've noticed that sometimes I have to explain things over and over again because it doesn't refer back. You've emphasized protecting your life's work, including your martial arts expertise and personal brand, which suggests you have a professional identity tied to your coaching or public presence. That is, Master Luki. You're strategic, so you'll want to be specific enough to protect your brand, but avoid oversharing sensitive details until you're ready. Since you're an MMA coach, your brand might include a nickname, logo, or social media presence used in teaching, seminars, or media. Steps to fill out this section. Below is a step-by-step guide to help you craft this part. Okay. Identify your professional names. Prompt. What name or nickname do you use for your martial arts work? When did you start using it? Is it publicly recognized? Okay. Think about any professional name or nickname you've used in your career as an MMA coach, fighter, or instructor. A stage
if you
name.
have a 700 plus credit score,
Nope.
you qualify for Chase's new program.
Not
where
even
you can
close.
access
This could be your real name, stage name, or a title you're known by in the martial arts community. Questions to consider. Have you been advertised or introduced under a specific name? Is this name tied to your martial arts identity? When did you first use this name? Even if it's just your legal name used in a professional context, list it if it's associated with your coaching or martial arts work. Note the approximate year you started using it to show that it predates your UFC Gym employment. Okay. What's up, Justin? Good day to you, sir. Okay, so I'm really going to take this slowly, step by step. And I'd appreciate if you can go along with me, because what you just gave me is the whole thing all at once. And once I give you the first piece, I'd like you to write it in a professional way, like it's going in an actual legal document, and then give me the next step. So right now, I'm going to do number 1, identify your professional names. When I'm done with that, whatever I give you, put that into legalese, and then give me now, and then say, now we're up to step 2, describe any logos, and so on and so forth. Thank you for the clear direction. I'm happy to go step by step with you to fill out the personal brand. And section, for now you're working on step 1, identify your professional names. Okay. Now I have not only my professional name, Master Luki, but I also have names for specific aspects of my training and my brand. For example, there's MMA Black Belt, which is the name of my book. There's 4XP, the name of my scoring system. There's Power Hold, which is a name that I use to describe how the scoring system works. So should all of these be listed? Because they're very unique, and the UFC Gym and the UFC and no other mixed martial arts brand is using these terms. Thanks for sharing those details, Master Lukey. I'm excited to work with you step by step as you fill out the personal brand section. You've provided your professional name, blah blah blah. I'll address the question, format your input. And then guide you. Addressing your question. Yes, these names should be included. Okay, here's how and why to approach them. Where to list them. While you mention these under professional names, they seem to span both your brand identity and specific works, that is, a book or training system. For now, I'll include them in step 1 as part of your broader brand identity, as their names tied to your professional persona. However, MMA Black Belt as a book and 4XP Empowerhold as a training system could also fit in later sections of Appendix B, that is, written works or training methods. To keep things simple, I'll list them here under personal brand and identity as brand-related names, and we can refine their placement in future steps if needed, that is, when we reach written works or training methods. You can decide later if you want to move them or list them again in other categories. Since you're strategic about protecting your life's work, as we discussed with your negotiations with Lacey, listing these names now ensures they're documented as yours. You can note that you'll provide further details in person per the contract's allowance to maintain flexibility. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. I do want to tweak this. Alright. Okay, so first of all, Master Lukey is my business name as it relates to mixed martial arts. It's one word and in all caps. That's me, that's the brand. You also have Master Lukey's League of Champions, which is the entire mixed martial arts system, including the 10 mythical beasts that I use to signify a person's rank. There's 10 mythical beasts, and they are as follows. The Bull Pegasus, which teaches fitness. The Land Shark, which teaches self-defense. The Living Phoenix, which teaches combinations. The Flying Spider, which teaches intermediate self-defense and is equivalent to a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Next is the Four-Armed Werewolf, which is the
pouring your heart into your content, sweating every word, every pixel, praying for the algorithm.
first degree black belt in my mixed martial arts ranking system based on mythical beasts. The Four-Armed Werewolf is followed by the Dragon Boa, which is followed by the Dino Croc, which is followed by the King Bear, and then the Magic Lion, and the final mythical beast is the Golden Lemur. Master Lukey's League of Champions also refers to the event, which is based around competition in mixed martial arts sparring, featuring my no head contact and points for action instead of damage scoring system, which is called 4XP, capital F, lowercase o, lowercase r, capital X, capital P, lowercase o, lowercase I, lowercase n, lowercase t, lowercase x. Excuse me, not lowercase x, lowercase s. The Forks Points system, which I just spelled for you, FORXPOINTS, is the new way that I use to score a match in which two mixed martial artists are competing with each other to receive a score from 1 to 100. And this score is user generated by everybody who watches the live video feed and then uses a slide bar on my website to award each fighter a score from 1 to 100. In the future, as I am able to get a corporate investor or somebody, an angel investor, somebody who can help me make this happen, we'll use motion capture camera technology to put a person's movement into an algorithm, which then puts the score on a scoreboard. So people are watching, and they're also using their thumbs or their hands on a screen to move up and down and award these points in real time. And also the technology, the motion capture technology, is awarding these points. So the official score is a combination of these two scores, user generated and algorithm. Oh. It stopped. Which then puts the score on a scoreboard. Okay. So the official score is a combination of the user generated score and the algorithm generated score through the use of motion capture camera technology. As you can see, this is something that's never been done before, and it's something that I've created and developed and am developing. And I do believe it's the future of mixed martial arts. Power hold is related to 4XP because power hold is like the points themselves. So for example, as soon as the match begins, the score is being generated because everybody gets points, no matter if they get a high score or not. So the people could just be standing there and the timer is moving. By the way, every match is 5 minutes. There's no rounds. Each match is a 5-minute match. And that's it. So they're getting a low amount of points per second if they're not coming in contact with each other. But those points can go up as they start to move. So if they're standing still, it's as low as possible. But they're in a fighting stance, maybe. They can even get points for doing taunts. You can taunt your opponent and get more points than just standing there. What people would call showboating or emoting in the video games. They start to throw strikes, they get more points. Think of a heart monitor that goes up, or the carnival game where you smash the sledgehammer down onto the button and it sends something up towards a bell.
Easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to.
Now, you can get points for strikes, You can get points for blocks. You can get points for moving out of the way. Everything registers points. And when you come into a grappling situation, if you're able to hold a position, you're getting points per second, and those points can stay high. And this is where power hold comes in. Because you don't get more points for a submission. You get points for the position, whether you're standing still or grabbing somebody, holding them against the wall, holding them on the floor. Your points are being awarded as you hold the position. And those points can be higher if you're in a dominant position. For example, the mount or side control would be more points than half guard or being in somebody's guard. So power hold is a unique name that I use to describe this grappling and striking. It's all comes under power hold, and it all awards 4xp, also known as Forks points. No time for you. Hello. Let's see. Let's see, what else? We got the mythical beasts. We got 4xp, no head contact, MMA black belt. Okay, so I left the Ultimate Fighting Championship somewhere around 2010, and even before that I started to try to come up with a way to teach in a systematic way, because I have been teaching for so long. And I think 2013 was the year that I came up with the name Master Luki's League of Champions. I've promoted several events, probably over 10 at this point, and they've been documented on YouTube and other social media platforms. So the evidence is there. And I use this system to teach all my students. So if I was to work at the UFC gym, I would be teaching this system. And therefore it should be protected. Must be protected. Because if you look at the timeline of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, it was once considered a blood sport. And still to this day, people are very seriously mangled, disfigured, injured, and it's life-changing. Like me, I only had a mild brain injury, and it still ruined my life. But the UFC itself became more of a real sport by instituting regulations such as wearing gloves, banning headbutts and groin strikes. And now what I'm doing is further regulation institution with my no head contact point system and full equipment. So that's another thing we should put in, that I require full equipment, including a full face headgear, which means that it covers the chin and the skull. It's not a headgear that only has a chin strap. It actually has to have padding over the chin. I personally wear a hockey neck guard because I have bone spurs in my neck from being attacked in these fights. There's also the Hogu, which is the chest pad. There's elbow pads. I use a special type of elbow pad.
Are you looking for the best meal plan to round out your fitness routine? I got you. Factor was the missing link, not just...
Which doesn't slide as much as the other kinds. Of course, the gloves, the knee pads, the cup, the shin pad, and I recommend boots instead of just a instep. I also have plans for using my mythical beasts in branding and marketing and merchandising. So I don't know if that needs to be clarified in this particular section. Sammy says, if Dana offered you $2 million for your league, would you take it? Not if it was wipe my hands of it. I would take $2 million for a percentage. I would take $2 million for him to be a silent partner. I would not give up any artistic direction. And for $2 million, I would maybe give him 20%, if that. I'm thinking 2%. How much is the UFC worth? If the UFC is worth $100 million, and they can only appeal to a small percentage of the population, and my brand is it will appeal to a greater percentage of the population because it's safer. You can get more people in. So obviously it's going to be worth more money. It's like, how much is Slap Fight worth compared to how much is UFC worth? How much is UFC worth compared to how much baseball is worth? You understand? The more people you can get involved, the more it's worth. The UFC is worth $12 billion, and you're offering me $2 million, Sammy? You got to be trolling me, bro. You got to be trolling. Either that, or you think that I'm a joke. You think that what I've created is bullshit with a $2 million offer. Either that, or you're a cutthroat businessman, which maybe Dana is. Anyway, let's see what Grok says. I'm trying to think if there's any other... Let me pull out my book. Because I have other things. UFC's worth $12 billion. Alright, so we got the Mythical Beasts. It's the inside cover of my book. Here's the cover. Tentative cover, you know, I said it's a work in progress. MMA black belt. Master Luki Incorporated. Bull Pegasus. Alright, I guess that's it for now. Wait, I got more. Hold on. Trainer certification, Thor DL, more Bull Pegasus, t-shirts, dots. Alright, I think that's it. Also, I have a logo which encompasses all of this. It's basically the centerpiece of a championship belt, which can have different shapes in other cases, but mine is a circle, or as I call it, a ring. And then this ring has one big hole in the middle and 8 equally spaced holes around the front face of it. So if you just look at the ring straight on, it has one hole in each direction, north, south, east, west, and then the 4 diagonals. And these holes are where magic crystals are placed, which signify the belt rank. And in each magic crystal is contained the spirit of the mythical beast. And each mythical beast has a belt rank, like I said, and it's a choose your own color belt. So there's a particular style of belt that I use, and as the martial artist progresses through the ranks and achieve these ranks, they become the mythical beast by putting the magic crystal into its corresponding hole in the ring, and then out of the center hole, the spirit of the mythical beast comes out. Alright. Power Slap is worth 1 billion. Alright, let me copy this real quick. I'll just put it in here. I'm gonna actually go down. Is that it? Oh, okay. Just put that there. Alright, let's read this out loud. Control C. I'm gonna go to the talk to text. Control V. Did we like Zero, or should we try somebody else? Who's this? David Mark. No, note possible character limit. Alright, I guess we're not going to use that. Let's stick with Zero.
Thank you for the detailed input, Master Luki. You've provided a wealth of information about your professional names and brand identity, which is perfect for completing Step 1, identify your professional name, in the Personal Brand and Identity section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. I'm thrilled to work with you step by step at your pace, and I appreciate your thoroughness in outlining your brand, including Master Luki, Master Luki's League of Champions, the 10 Mythical Beasts, Force Points, your scoring system, and Power Hold. You've also clarified their uniqueness, development timeline, pre-2010 and formalized around 2013, and their significance to your teaching system, which is critical for protecting them from UFC Gym's ownership claims. I'll now format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B, focusing only on the professional names and brand identifiers you've shared for Step 1. This will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Address your logo and other details, example mythical beasts in merchandising, full equipment, by noting they'll be covered in later steps, example Step 2 for logos, Step 3 for branding, or other Appendix B sections like training methods. Guide you to Step 2, describe any logos with tailored prompts to keep you moving forward. Notes on your input. Names to include, you've identified Master Luki, your business name, Master Luki's League of Champions, your MMA system and event name, Force Points, your scoring system, and Power Hold, a term for scoring mechanics. The 10 mythical beasts, Bull Pegasus, Land Shark, etc., are part of the Master Luki's League of Champions system, so I'll include them as brand identifiers under that umbrella to keep Step 1 focused on names. We can detail the beasts further in Step 3, branding, or another section, example training methods, if needed. Timeline, you left the UFC around 2010 and formalized Master Luki's League of Champions in 2013, with over 10 events documented on YouTube and social media. I'll use circa 2013 for the league and related terms, and pre-2010 for Master Luki to show they predate your April 21, 2025, start date. Uniqueness and protection, your system's novelty, no head contact, user-generated scoring, motion capture plans, and full equipment, headgear, hagu, etc., are unique and tied to your teaching, which supports listing them to protect your intellectual property. Since you plan to teach this system at UFC Gym, documenting it in Appendix B is crucial, as you noted. Logo and other details, you mentioned a logo, a championship belt ring with holes for magic crystals representing mythical beasts. This will be addressed in Step 2, so I'll hold off on including it here. Plans for mythical beasts in merchandising and your equipment requirements, example full face headgear, can fit in Step 3, branding, or another section, example training methods or other intellectual property, which we'll cover later. Strategic alignment, your concern about protecting your life's work and your negotiation plans, example with Lacey or UFC Gym's legal team, as we discussed, are reflected in the entry's flexibility, example offering in-person clarification, to maintain control during discussions. Step 1, Professional, Legal Style Entry for Appendix B. Below is the professional names and brand identifiers you provided, formatted in a formal, legal style entry for Appendix B. It's tailored to the contract's requirements, emphasizes pre-employment creation, and reserves your rights while allowing for in-person follow-up, aligning with your strategic approach. Appendix B, Personal Brand and Identity. Plain. Show inline. Notes on the entry. Names included, I listed Master Luki, Master Luki's League of Champions, Force Points, and Power Hold as distinct brand identifiers. The mythical beasts are noted under the league to keep Step 1 focused on names, with their role in the ranking system summarized. Timeline, I used circa 2005 for Master Luki, assuming you used it during your UFC days pre-2010, and circa 2013 for the league, force points, and power hold based on your formalization timeline. Adjust these if you have exact years, example 2012 or 2008. Compliance, the entry confirms independent creation, avoids confidential details, example no specifics on motion capture algorithms, and aligns with the contract's requirement to list items related to UFC Gym's business, martial arts, coaching. Flexibility, the in-person clarification note supports your negotiation strategy, example discussing with Lacey or legal, as we've talked about, and keeps you in control of sensitive details. Logo and equipment, I excluded the logo and equipment, example full face headgear, from this entry, as they fit better in step 2, logos, and later steps, branding or training methods. We'll address them next. If you want to revise this entry, example adjust years, add another name, or clarify a term, let me know, and I'll update it before moving on. For now, I'll assume this captures your step 1 input. Next step, step 2, describe any logos. Now we're up to step 2, describe any logos in the Personal Brand and Identity section of Appendix B. This step focuses on identifying any logos or graphic.
Alright, we'll get into that in a second. So, Appendix B, prior matter. Pursuant to Section 2 of the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement with UFC Gym, the undersigned lists the following professional names and brand identifiers created prior to the commencement of employment. These were developed independently without the use of UFC Gym's resources, equipment, facilities, or confidential information, and are excluded from assignment to the UFC Gym. Personal brand and identity. Master Lukey. A professional name and brand identifier is used since approximately 2012, representing my identity as a mixed martial arts instructor, coach, and public figure in coaching, seminars, and media related to mixed martial arts and fitness. Master Lukey's League of Champions, a brand identifier named for a comprehensive mixed martial arts system and competitive event series developed circa 2013, encompassing a ranking system based on 10 mythical beasts: Bull Pegasus, Land Shark, Living Phoenix, Flying Spider, Four-Armed Werewolf, Dragon Boa, Dino Croc, King Bear, Magic Lion, and Golden Lemur, and a no-head contact sparring format promoted through over 10 documented events on YouTube and other social media platforms. Safe grappling, we got to put that in because not everybody does striking, and so you have these events you may have seen where it's a multi-sport event where they'll have in a cage Muay Thai and grappling, submission grappling, and MMA all on one card, right? For XP, so this is capital F, lowercase r, capital X, capital P, and then lowercase the rest. Forks Points, a proprietary name for a mixed martial arts scoring system. We'll just call it martial arts scoring system. Developed circa 2013, used to evaluate fighter performance in competitive sparring through user-generated and algorithm-based scores as implemented in Master Lukey's League of Champions. Power Hold, a descriptive term associated with the 4XP scoring system developed circa 2013, used to denote points awarded for maintaining positions or actions in striking and or during martial arts sparring. The undersigned reserved all rights to the above listed names and identifiers. Additional details regarding their scope, application, and associated elements may be provided in person on the first day of employment to ensure alignment with UFC Gym's policies as permitted by the agreement. What do you think? So far, so good? Do I need more? You know what I'll do? I'll do page break. Insert. Page break. And insert page break there. All right. I just got an email from somebody. He's trying to sell me dick pills, Ozempic, and growth hormone. What the fuck? Why do you think that I would actually do that? Come on, man. Don't make me laugh. Okay, so now, please share details about the logos. I gotta bring this in over here, I think. No, actually. I could X that out. Alright. Please share. Now we're up to step 2, describe any logos. This step focuses on identifying any logos or graphic designs you've used for your martial arts coaching or fitness work before April 2025 that relates to UFC Gym business. You've already mentioned a logo, a championship belt ring with a central hole and 8 surrounding holes, north, south, east, west, and diagonals, for magic crystals representing the mythical beasts in the belt ranks. This is a great starting point and we can build on it. What logos do you use for your martial arts work? When did you start using it? Is it trademarked? What to consider? A logo is a graphic, emblem, or design tied to your professional identity or brand, that is, the ring. It could appear on merchandise, flyers, websites, social media, or event materials. Even informal designs count if you've used them consistently. Since you've described a specific logo, think about its details and any other logos you might have. Questions to help you think. For the ring logo, when did you first design or use it? What's its purpose? Is it on specific items? Who created the logo? Do you have other logos? For example, a stylized ML or a graphic for your scoring system. Where has the logo appeared? If the logo has variations. Tips. Focus on logos created before April 21, 2025. Be clear enough to claim ownership, but avoid sensitive details as the contract prohibits disclosing confidential info. If the logo is tied to a name from step 1, mention how the connection to show continuity. Since you're strategic about negotiations, you can keep descriptions brief and note you'll clarify details in person if needed. If you don't have additional logos beyond the ring, you can focus on that one or confirm there are no others to move to step 3. Please share details about the logos you've used for your martial arts coaching or fitness work, focusing on the ring, logo, and any others. Include a description of the logo, when you started using it, its purpose, any other info. If you have the ring logo, confirm that. If you have no logos, let me know and we'll move to step 3, outline your branding. Once you provide this, I'll format in a professional legal style entry for Appendix B to guide you to the next step. Wrapping up. You're killing it by taking this slowly and thoroughly. Your detailed explanation of the league, scoring system, and their significance is safely stored for later steps. For step 2, focus on the ring logo and any other logos and share those details when you're ready. If you need help clarifying, that is my belt design a logo, or if you want to tweak step 1, just say so. I'm here to keep this aligned with your goal to protect your unique system and your negotiation strategy with UFC Gym. Can't wait to see your logo details. Man, Grok is definitely killing it compared to chat. No offense. Okay, so the logo is the ring. It's basically the centerpiece of a championship belt. So because it's called Master Luki's League of Champions, I tell everyone that they are a champion. And the scoring system is such that everyone is awarded points. No matter if you get a higher score than your sparring partner or not, there's no loser. There's no winner and there's no loser. Well, there's a winner. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's a champion. I think this is a teaching that's missing in the world today, and I don't agree. Like some people say, oh yeah, you have to teach a kid that, you know, if they don't win, they don't deserve to get a trophy. Like people are, they shit on participation trophies, but that's not how the brain works. And science is every day reinforcing the benefits of encouragement as opposed to punishment. So if you want to think about the business of mixed martial arts or martial arts, you don't want to have any discouragement. So if you teach somebody that they can invest their time, they can give everything, their blood, sweat, and tears into an endeavor, and they might not even be rewarded at the end, that's not going to encourage people. And I've seen it in tournaments where to protect a child, the match has to be ended abruptly because they're in a position where, according to the rules, the other person can break their arm, for example. Not to mention the brain injuries from striking. But just for a sport, a quote-unquote sport of submission grappling that's considered a safer way to practice than mixed martial arts with head contact, the kids end up crying because they didn't want to tap out, they didn't want to lose, and yet here's something that's supposed to be good for them, and they end up crying. And that's why you have a low retention rate in martial arts, because you have a system where one person is considered a winner and the other person is considered a loser. So anyway, long story short, that's why my system, my brand is Master Luki's League of Champions. And we teach everyone that they are a champion and they can be a champion with a little bit of effort. And the more effort you put, the higher the score you get. So it is still a competition. And it's still motivating for people to push themselves beyond a comfort zone. And that's what people teach is one of the benefits of martial arts. That part I agree with. It's just, this is a scientific update to the sport and to the method of self-improvement. So we have a championship belt where the center panel is the ring and the two side panels On the left is L. I'm sorry, maybe that's the right, depending on how you look at it. There's a L on one side and a C on the other side. These two side panels. And if necessary, if it will help you, Grok, I'm talking to you, if it helps you to describe this concept, I will upload a picture. It's been documented for years. My ring, I've used as a logo for many years. The ring itself is a circle, very, very slightly, almost unnoticeable, oblong. Because apparently, from what I understand, the Earth itself is not a perfect circle. So my logo is not a perfect circle either. It's a bit wider than it is tall. But it's not an oval. It's definitely circular. But you have to look a little close, and it's a little bit wider than longer. And this is going to end up being the actual arena design. So if you're looking down at the floor where the two fighters are facing each other, there's two sides. Now there's no sides to a circle, a perfect circle. But if you have this shape which is slightly wider than it is tall, now you can have two sides. And instead of a cage, we have padded walls, and the seats are starting from the top of the wall going up like bleachers. So this is also the unique design of the arena. We're not fighting in a cage like animals. We're participating in a sporting event, and that's why there's pads on the floor, there's a mat, and there's also pads on the wall, and there's pads covering every contact surface. Because this is not a fight to the death, this is a sport. Like I said, it's a scientific update. Now the middle panel is circular, a little wider than it is tall. The middle of this circle is hollow and empty, and the 8 circles surrounding the middle circle are also empty. They're empty because they have to have space for the magic crystal to go into, and each magic crystal is a different color. The first one is white, like a white belt, signifying the initial rank of a white belt. Not initial, the first rank. Initially, a person has no rank. You come into this system with no belt. You earn your first rank, which is a white belt, and it could be a diamond, because that's kind of white. And you earn this rank by passing a fitness test. So somebody can be certified as a trainer in Master Luki's League of Champions, and all they have to do is pass a fitness test, and then they can teach fitness through my system to a student. You don't have to be a fighter, you can just want to get in shape. Like a fighter, fighting shape. The two side panels are not circular, they're kind of like a trapezoid on its side. So the thick part is facing the circle, and then as they get narrower towards the straps of the belt. And like I said, if you need to see a picture of it to describe it better, let me know. And if you need more information, let me know about that too. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Ho, 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 ho. Ah. Wow, we're already up to step 3. Let's copy this. Control V. You offered to upload a picture to help describe it. Since I'm a text-based system, your written description is sufficient. Okay. So I'm not gonna put that. Step 3, no. See how Grok sounds.
Designs you've used for your martial arts, coaching.
Nah. I'm gonna stick with 0.
Thank you, Master Luki, for the detailed and passionate explanation of your logo and its significance. You've provided a fantastic foundation for Step 2. Describe any logos in the Personal Brand and Identity section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. I'm thrilled to keep moving step by step with you at your pace, and I appreciate how you've tied the logo a championship belt ring with a central hole and 8 surrounding holes for magic crystals, flanked by L and C side panels to your broader philosophy of Master Loki's League of Champions, where everyone is a champion. You've also clarified its use as a logo for years, its slightly oblong circular design, and its future role as an arena layout, all of which are critical for protecting this intellectual property. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B, focusing solely on the logo for Step 2. I'll describe the ring and its side panels as you've outlined, ensuring it's concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that other details you shared, example the philosophy of no winners or losers, the arena design, magic crystal colors, and belt ranks, will be addressed in later steps, example Step 3, outline your branding or other Appendix B sections like training methods. This keeps us focused on logos for now. Guide you to Step 3, outline your branding with tailored prompts to continue building Appendix B. Address your offer to upload a picture by explaining how you can share it if needed, though I'll base the entry on your written description for now. Notes on your input. Logo description. The logo is the centerpiece of a championship belt for Master Loki's League of Champions, a slightly oblong circular ring, wider than tall, not a perfect circle, with one large central hole and 8 smaller holes, north, south, east, west, and diagonals, for magic crystals representing belt ranks. It's flanked by two trapezoidal side panels with L, for Luki, and C, for Champions. You've used this as a logo for
League of
years,
Champions.
documented publicly, example on belts or media, and it's tied to your events and teaching system. Timeline: you didn't specify an exact creation year, but you formalized the league around 2013 and have used the logo for many years across over 10 events documented on YouTube and social media. I'll use circa 2013 to align with the league's timeline, showing it predates your April 21, 2025, UFC Gym start date. You can adjust this if you have a precise year, example 2012 or 2015. Significance: the logo embodies your philosophy that everyone is a champion, reinforced by your 4 points scoring system, from step 1, where all participants earn points. This strengthens its relevance to UFC Gym's business, martial arts, coaching, and the need to protect it in Appendix B. Other details: your arena design, based on the logo's shape, with padded walls and bleachers, magic crystal colors, example white for the first rank, and belt rank system, starting with no belt, then white belt via a fitness test, are part of your broader brand and teaching system. These will fit in Step 3, branding, or later sections, example training methods for the fitness test or ranking system. I'll exclude them from the logo entry to keep Step 2 focused. Picture offer: your offer to upload a picture is appreciated. Since I'm a text-based system, you can describe the logo further or confirm if the description above captures it. If you want to share a picture with UFC Gym, example with Lacey or HR, I can help draft an email to accompany it when you submit Appendix B by the April 19, 2025, deadline. For now, I'll use your written description, which is detailed enough for a legal entry. Strategic alignment: your emphasis on protecting your unique system, example no head contact, scientific updates to MMA, and your negotiation plans, example with Lacey or UFC Gym's legal team, as we discussed, are reflected in the entry's clarity and flexibility, example offering in-person clarification. Step 2, professional, legal style entry for Appendix.
Okay. Pursuant to Section 2 of the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement with UFC Gym, the undersigned lists the following logo created prior to the commencement of employment on April 21, 2025. This was developed independently without the use of UFC Gym's resources, equipment, facilities, or confidential information, and is excluded from assignment to UFC Gym. Personal brand and identity logo. Championship belt ring logo. A graphic design serving as the centerpiece of a championship belt for Master Luki's League of Champions, developed circa 2013. The logo consists of a slightly oblong circular ring, wider than tall, with one large central hole and 8 smaller holes positioned at cardinal and diagonal directions, intended to hold magic crystals representing belt ranks. The ring is flanked by 2 trapezoidal side panels, one bearing the letter L and the other C, symbolizing League and Champions. This logo has been used in promotional materials, championship belts, and media for over 10 events, documented on YouTube and other social media platforms, representing my mixed martial arts teaching and competitive system. The undersigned reserves all rights to the above listed logo, yada yada yada. Okay. Insert page break. Okay. So what's next? Now we're up to step 3. Outline your branding. Where is it? In the personal brand and identity section of Appendix B, this step focuses on describing the overall brand identity you've built for your martial arts coaching or fitness work before UFC Gym. Branding is broader than names. It's the reputation, philosophy, or visual style tied to your work. Your input already touches on this with your Everyone's a Champion philosophy, the no head contact system, and plans for mythical beasts in merchandising, so we can build on those. Guidance. What branding have you used in your career that relates to martial arts coaching or fitness? What to consider. Branding includes your public image, teaching philosophy, or visual style tied to Master Luki's League of Champions or your coaching. For example, your philosophy that everyone's a champion, supported by the scoring system, the use of mythical beasts, or your unique event style are branding elements. It could also include taglines, visual themes, and or your reputation as a progressive MMA coach. Questions to help you think. What is the core message or philosophy of your brand? Scientific MMA updates or encouragement over punishment? All right, we'll take this step by step. Okay, the first part is the core message, and that is martial arts as represented by the yin yang is two-sided. There's the offense and the defense. There is the physical and the spiritual. And Master Luki, as a brand, does also include recipes that can become commercial products. My book is actually two-sided and can be read from either side. One is the MMA Black Belt, and the other side is called the Master Luki Menu. The thing is that only relatively recently in human history has fighting become a mainstream business. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the gladiator days, maybe before recorded history, rich people were paying poor people to kill each other and watch. But my mission is to bring martial arts more into a realm of self-improvement and to teach people this, that we can participate in a real, true sport, that we are competing but not trying to hurt each other. Just like every other sport, you should be able to have a match every week. You have a soccer game every week. You have a baseball game. Or whatever your sport is. I'm not going to say football because people do actually get injured a lot in football. But this scoring system and rules that I've created and am developing is the safest way. And that's the tagline I'm going to use for my tour, where I'm going to try to go viral by challenging established martial artists and social media influencers and streamers to participate in a competition with me, whether it's sparring, whether it's a fitness competition, could be a chef battle. And these are all elements of my events. There's dance battle, there's open, what do you call it? There's a battle of the bands. But the overall philosophy is, yes, everyone's a champion. We're all on the same team. We all come from the same mother. That's Mother Earth. We're one giant family. And one person who's the fight promoter, should not be profiting from other people injuring each other. That's quite evil in my book. Also, the scoring system that's being used now comes from boxing. It's called the 10-point must. And it's actually very inaccurate because there's only 10 points, and most of the time, because one person has to get 10, the other person can get usually like more than 7. But when you use 100 points like me, and when we get the motion capture scoring going, there's going to be actually 100 million points. There's so much room in that number for a more accurate score. So a 10-8 round in boxing could be a 93 to a 64 score in my system, if that makes sense. It doesn't even have to be close to a 10. It could be, if it's a match that's boring or it doesn't have a lot of action, it could be a 52 versus a 33 or something like that. There's so much you can do with more numbers. If you use 100 million, that'd be like having this 100 points with 3 decimal points. So it could be a 87,352,000, and the other person gets a 52,669,000. Just as an example. You see how much you can refine the score. So this is the scientific updating. The scoring system is no head contact. All striking is below the collar line or outside the collar line. And also there is no striking directly to the spine. There is also no finishing. So when you strike somebody or get them in a power hold, what people used to call a submission, you're not allowed to break your partner. So there's a difference between getting somebody in a submission where they can tap out. It's not against the rules to tap out. And you're encouraged to tap out rather than let your joints go to a point where they're going to be injured. It's not against the rules to tap out, but it is against the rules to finish your partner. So what does that mean? Well, finishing means they cannot fight anymore. So if you kick somebody in the side of the knee and their knee gets dislocated, they can't fight anymore. And you just lost your sparring partner. So that doesn't make sense to do that. So you can spar hard. You can hit your partner hard. You can be aggressive in your techniques. But you're not allowed to injure your partner. Don't punch them so hard in the rib where they get the wind knocked out of them and they can't continue, or they break a rib. Now, you can take a timeout. Just like I said, you can tap out, and that's okay. You can take a timeout. Oh, shit. This fucking talk-to-text thing on my, that I'm recording with, timed out. Where am I? But when you use 100 points like me, oh my God. I have to go so far back. When you use 100 points, there's a lot more room for specific scoring. So for example, a 10-9 round in boxing, it could be a 93 to an 87. Or when we get the 100 million point system with the algorithm going, it could be a 93,475,000 versus a 84,669,000. Now, it doesn't even have to be that high. If a match is low action, it could be a 55,444 score versus a 17,655 score. And these are just examples, but you could see how specific the score can be and give more freedom and a more accurate score. Now, these scores are right now awarded by the user. So they're watching the live video and using their thumbs on a slide bar at the end of the match to award the score. And the minimum viable product, which is the widget on my website, tallies all the scores from all the users and puts an average up. So we have an eventual score, which is all the scores put together and then divided by the amount of the scores. So you get an average score for each fighter. Fucking motherfucker. Now, I have no idea where I just was. I gotta go back. Now, not only is there no head contact, there's no contact inside the collar line. So all striking has to be outside the collar line. You're allowed to push on the head, you're allowed to grab the neck, but you're not allowed to strike the head or the neck. All strikes have to be outside the collar line, and you're also not allowed to strike the spine directly. There's no head contact. There's also no finishing. What's the difference between finishing and tapping out? Now, you are allowed to tap out. It's not against the rules to tap out. It's not against the rules to make a person tap out. Although you do get more points for holding, and this is the power hold system. You get more points for holding for a maximum of 45 seconds. Because the points go up when you get into a good position, and they stay there for as long as you hold that position. Now, at 30 seconds, you get a warning, meaning if you don't change your position in 15 seconds, when it gets to 45 seconds, there's going to be a restart. We have to keep the action moving. So power hold is referring to this positional scoring, where you can hold a position for up to 45 seconds, and at that point, you get a max hold bonus, which is 10 times the points that you received for that hold. Now, if you transition to a new hold, a new power hold, at any point during that 45 seconds, your points get multiplied. So, for example, if you go from one position to another, you get points for each position times 2. If you go from one position to another position, you get the points for each individual position added together times 3. So theoretically, you can transition from one position to another, get the points for each position, and get all your points multiplied by the amount of positions that you actually were in. And so these scores can get very high. That's power hold. But you're not allowed to injure your partner. That's what no finishing means. Whether it's with a submission, you can't break the person's joints. You can't injure their joints so that they cannot spar anymore. You lose your sparring partner. That's not a good idea. And you can't strike in a way that your partner cannot continue. So you can't kick them in the side of the knee and break their knee. You can't kick them so hard in the ribs or punch them in the ribs so hard that they break a rib and can't continue. You can't punch them in the shoulder and dislocate their shoulder. Now, you can spar hard without injuring your partner. If the person needs to take a timeout, like they get the wind knocked out of them or something, you'll get a warning. And there are safety regulations that I'm not including in this, but it goes over all the ways that we cover power hold and the idea of no finishing. So you can do things like the scissor takedown, but don't break your partner. I'm cool. Happy birthday, bud. Thank you. Is that an owl in your avatar? Right on. And this all ties into the spiritual mission that I'm on, where martial arts is supposed to teach people how to protect themselves and develop themselves, and not to injure each other, and not to fight against each other, but to fight with each other. And my whole system, Master Luki's League of Champions, or Master Luki in general, Master Luki, the safest way. The Safest Way is the name of my viral tour. It's also the theme and the tagline, or one of the taglines. I've promoted this for years in all my social media and all the events. It's all documented. Nobody else has been doing this. There's literally nobody else promoting this. The closest thing would... I've promoted this for years through my events, through my social media, through my teaching. And there's nobody else doing this. The closest thing is Pancration, but they still don't wear the amount of gear that I use, and they do teach finishing, and they are not the safest way. I want to make sure that this is clear. My league is the future. Everything that exists now is based on the idea that one person is going to win. So they can only have one champion. My league is made of champions, and that's why we're going to win. It has to do with energy that is cooperative. And that is how we came to exist. If you didn't know, we're actually made of symbiotic bacteria. If you look at how the body evolved, we have bacteria in our cells. The mitochondria are actually bacteria. What gives us life is cooperative bacteria. So the time of the old way of one person winning and one person losing, their time is up. We're moving into a new place in the universe. It's called the Holy New Age, and my system is before its time, but we're going to see the league successful in my time. These mythical beasts is a more marketable way of ranking martial artists, and the ring can be put on rash guards, and I do have patches that I've been using for years that I just color them with a marker to show somebody's rank. But the logo can be used on rash guards, on patches, on any piece of clothing or any piece of media. And I started using this in 2013. The idea for the arena is in my head right now, but I do want to get as much as possible onto this paper to protect it because I don't trust anybody, especially not anybody involved with a company that is essentially the gladiator games where people are killing each other and spilling their blood for money, for somebody else to make money. So the promoters of UFC and slap fighting are evil in my book, or stupid, or ignorant. Give them the benefit of the doubt. But I'm certainly not going to let my blood be spilled, as it has been over the last 30 years training. I'm not going to let that happen for nothing. I'm not going to let somebody else take this idea. Because it's a billion-dollar idea. So the arena is, if you look down, it's the centerpiece of the logo or the belt. It's an oblong circle, and each fighter is on one side. The sides of the ring are padded, like a padded wall in a dojo, and the seats are arena style, looking down into the ring. The floor and the walls can have graphics on it, or it can be green so that the fighters look like they're fighting anywhere. Could be anywhere. Just like the Sphere in Las Vegas has a background that changes. The floor and the sides of the ring can be changed on video to make it more exciting. There's also a scoreboard hanging in the middle above the ring with 4 sides to it, so everybody watching in the arena can see the people's score going up in real time, and raining down coins in the shape of the ring to signify that the fighters are fighting for something, for money in the professional league or for points in the amateur league. Nobody's thought about this like me. Alright, so we're going to start here. I'm going to go up. Control C. Control V. Control C, and then Control V. Okay, let's go back. Let's see here. Just so you could see, this is where I was originally thinking of points for each individual move rather than a continuous scoring system. So I took one of my matches and I just did a quick intro to scoring. League of Assassins, I was calling it. Increasing points. Ooh. Let's run it back, Tamden. Yo. Yeah, I probably kicked my ass even worse this time. What the hell? Alright, I'm gonna pee again. Put this on mute. Okay. It's over. Alright, let's put this back on. Be right back.
Meet Niles Knurk. He's the owner of Gurney's. They're a seed company, and they've been selling exclusive varieties since 1866. That's because store-bought produce isn't bred for flavor. It's bred to have tough skin. For any produce to be delicious, it has to be carefully cultivated and selected to be so. So Niles partnered with passionate gardeners, breeders, and universities and tasted everything until he found something that made him say this.
That's a good tomato.
And he put it in the catalog. And after doing that 400 plus times for carrots, tomatoes, peaches, peas, you name it, you have the Gurney's Seed Catalog, a curated collection of the best tasting varieties available. Your garden is meant to be shared, and it's meant to be delicious. And it all starts with a seed.
Gary, go long! I got it, coach! I
getting your greens shouldn't make a mess. Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies filled with all the essential vitamins, minerals, and superfoods you need to thrive.
But don't I need like over 60 essential nutrients? Vitamin C, D, zinc, copper. Oh God, it's so much.
Janet, my little superstar. Groons has all of that. And from whole food ingredients you can actually read, not some crazy chemical compound.
Organic spinach. I can read it!
Heck yeah, you can, buff boy! Bring it in, you two. Groons is packed with the 8 MVCs you need to feel better every day. Whole fruits, whole veggies, vitamins and minerals, herbs, antioxidants, prebiotics, and it's even got your full dose of mood-boosting adaptogens and super mushrooms, which could help with that anxiety I'm picking up, bud. Plus, they're an adorable, snackable, bite-sized treat you can take on the go. They're basically fruit snacks with benefits without the fillers. Like your childhood gummies grew up and got a real job.
And these are vegan too, right? I don't like to hurt animals.
Interesting. But yes, Groons are vegan, gluten-free, and ethically sourced.
Where can I get more?
At Groons.co.
Hey man, look, I work out, I get gains, and I know for a fact that if something helps you, it has to taste terrible. Holy. Oh God.
Groons figured out how to make gummies delicious and nutritious.
No pain and gain. It tastes like sweet berries.
Groons knows you need greens you'll actually like to take every day. Because without proper comprehensive nutrition, you will be severely deficient and die. Just kidding. But 92% of people are deficient in essential vitamins and minerals. Luckily, Groons tasty gummies make sticking to a nutrient regimen easier than ever. Think of them as your ultimate spotter that meets you where you're at. Whether you're keeping cravings at bay on that business trip, staying sane through the madness of life, or crushing those demanding college years, Groons is just the assist you need. That's it, Janet! Take that full body vitality straight to the hole!
It tastes great!
Sugar-free Groons do too.
It comes in sugar-free?
Where does he keep getting these coolers?
The gains are game-changing, folks. Just look at all these happy...
Thank you, Master Luki, for sharing such a rich and inspiring vision for your brand. Your detailed input for Step 3, outline your branding in the Personal Brand and Identity section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement is incredibly valuable. You've outlined a powerful brand philosophy centered on Master Luki and Master Luki's League of Champions, emphasizing martial arts as a two-sided practice, offense/defense, physical/spiritual, the safest way to compete without injury, and a cooperative, inclusive approach where everyone is a champion. You've also highlighted specific branding elements like your tagline, the safest way, the MMA black belt and Master Luki menu book, the Force Points scoring system, power hold mechanics, mythical beast ranks, full protective gear, and plans for a viral tour, merchandising, and a unique arena design. This all ties into your mission to redefine martial arts as a sport for self-improvement, not violence, with a forward-thinking, scientifically grounded system. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B, focusing on the branding elements for Step 3. I'll keep it concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone, while capturing your philosophy and key brand features. Note that some details, example arena design specifics, mythical beast merchandising, full gear requirements, may also fit in later Appendix B sections, example training methods or other intellectual property. I'll include them here as branding elements but flag them for potential later use to keep Step 3 focused. Guide you to the next step, which will be transitioning to a new Appendix B section, example training methods or written works, since we've completed the personal brand and identity section, steps 1 to 3. Address your concerns about protecting your billion-dollar idea from UFC Gym, aligning with your distrust of their business model and your strategic negotiation plans, example with Lacey or their legal team, as we discussed. Notes on your input. Branding overview. Your brand, under Master Lookie and Master Lookie's League of Champions, is defined by a philosophy of martial arts as a safe, inclusive sport for self-improvement, not injury. Key elements include: philosophy, martial arts is two-sided, yin-yang, offense/defense, physical/spiritual, cooperative, everyone's a champion, and scientifically updated to prioritize encouragement over punishment, contrasting with traditional winner/loser models like the UFC's. Tagline: the safest way, used for your viral tour challenging martial artists and influencers to sparring, fitness, or creative competitions, example chef or dance battles. Scoring system, force points, from Step 1, uses a 100-point scale, or future 100 million point algorithm, for precise, user-generated, and motion capture-based scoring, with no head contact or spine strikes, and no finishing, example joint breaks. Power hold, from Step 1, a positional scoring mechanic awarding points for holding dominant positions, up to 45 seconds, with multipliers for transitions and a max hold bonus, emphasizing control over injury. Book, MMA Black Belt and Master Lookie Menu, a two-sided book combining martial arts and recipes, reflecting your brand's physical/spiritual duality. Mythical Beasts, the 10 mythical beasts, Bull Pegasus, Land Shark, etc., from Step 1, used for ranks, with plans for merchandising, example rash guards, patches colored by marker. Gear, full protective equipment, full face headgear, hagu, elbow pads, etc., to ensure safety, distinguishing your system from others like pancration. Events, over 10 YouTube documented events since 2013, featuring sparring, fitness, and creative competitions, example dance battles, promoting your cooperative philosophy. Arena Vision, a slightly oblong circular arena, mirroring the Step 2 logo, with padded walls, bleachers, and a four-sided scoreboard showing real-time force points scores, designed for safety and spectacle. Timeline, you began developing this brand pre-2010, during your UFC days, formalized Master Lookie's League of Champions in 2013, and have promoted it through events, social media, and teaching since then. I'll use circa 2013 for most elements, with pre-2010 for the broader Master Lookie brand, to show pre-employment creation, before April 21, 2025. Uniqueness and protection, your system's novelty, no head contact, precise scoring, cooperative ethos, and gear distinguish it from pancration, UFC, and others. Your distrust of UFC Gym's business model, likening it to gladiatorial exploitation, and belief in your idea's billion-dollar potential underscore the need to protect it in Appendix B, especially since you'll teach this system at UFC Gym. Scope for Step 3, I'll focus on the brand's philosophy, tagline, and public presence, events, social media, referencing names, Step 1, and the logo, Step 2, for continuity. Details like the arena, gear, and ranks will be included as branding elements but may also appear in later sections, example training methods for scoring/gear, other intellectual property for arena design. The book will be flagged for the written works section. Strategic alignment, your goal to protect your life's work and negotiate strategically, example with Lacey or legal, as we discussed, is reflected in the entry's clarity and flexibility, example in-person clarification. I'll emphasize your ownership to safeguard against UFC Gym's potential claims, given your concerns about their ethics. Step 3, professional, legal style entry for Appendix B. Below is your branding input formatted in a professional, legal style entry for Appendix B. It captures your philosophy, tagline, and key brand elements, tying them to Master Lookie and Master Lookie's League of Champions, while ensuring compliance and reserving your rights. Appendix B, Personal Brand and Identity. Plain. Show inline. Notes on the entry. Branding elements, I captured your philosophy, cooperative, safe martial arts, tagline, the safest way, events, 10 plus since 2013, scoring/gear, referencing force points and power hold, mythical beast ranks, and arena concept as core branding components. The book, MMA Black Belt/Master Lookie menu, is noted but reserved for the written works section to avoid overlap. Timeline, I used circa 2013 for most elements, with pre-2010 roots for the Master Lookie brand, based on your UFC departure and league formalization. Adjust if you have exact years, example 2014 for the tagline. Compliance, the entry confirms independent creation, avoids confidential details, example no specifics on algorithm code or merchandising contracts, and ties to UFC Gym's business, martial arts, coaching. Protection focus, given your distrust of UFC Gym's business model and belief in your idea's billion-dollar potential, I emphasized your ownership and reserved rights to prevent misappropriation, especially since you'll teach this system at UFC Gym. Flexibility, the in-person clarification note aligns with your negotiation strategy, example discussing with Lacey or legal, and keeps you in control of sensitive plans, example viral tour, arena. Other sections, the arena, gear, and ranks may appear in training methods, for scoring/gear, or other intellectual property, for arena design. The book will be addressed in written works. I'll flag these for the next step. If you want to tweak this entry, example add a specific event detail, adjust years, or include the book here, let me know, and I'll revise it before moving on. For now, I'll assume this captures your Step 3 input. Addressing your concerns about protection. You expressed strong concerns about protecting your billion-dollar idea from UFC Gym, given their business.
Good enough. Okay. Pursuant to Section 2 of the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement with UFC Gym, the undersigned lists the following branding elements, created prior to the commencement of employment. These were developed independently without the use of UFC Gym's resources, etc. Master Lookie and Master Lookie's League of Champions. Brand identity. A comprehensive brand identity developed circa 2013 with roots pre-2010, centered on a philosophy of martial arts as a safe, inclusive, and cooperative sport for self-improvement, emphasizing a two-sided practice, offense-defense, physical-spiritual, and rejecting traditional winner-loser models. Key elements include philosophy, promoting martial arts as a scientifically updated sport where all participants are champions, using encouragement over punishment, with no head contact, no spine strikes, no finishing moves, that is, joint breaks, to ensure safety and weekly participation, akin to non-contact sports like soccer. Tagline, the safest way, used since circa 2013 to promote a planned viral tour challenging martial artists, influencers, and streamers to sparring, fitness, or creative competitions, reinforcing the brand's cooperative ethos. Events and public presence. Over 10 events since 2013 documented on YouTube and social media, featuring no head contact sparring, fitness competitions, and creative battles, embodying the brand's inclusive and progressive approach to martial arts. Scoring and safety system. Integration of the four scoring system and power hold mechanics listed in personal brand and identity names, using a 100-point user-generated scale with planned algorithm-based enhancements and full protective gear to prioritize safety and precise performance evaluation. Use of 10 mythical beasts listed in personal brand and identity for ranking martial artists with planned merchandising and current use of colored patches to denote ranks, enhancing the brand's marketable and motivational appeal. Arena concept, a planned arena design conceptualized circa 2013, mirroring the championship belt ring logo, featuring a slightly oblong circular. Alright, we're going to fast forward. This is going to have to be edited. And this brand identity has been promoted through teaching events and social media since 2013, distinguishing it from traditional martial arts systems and positioning Master Luki's League of Champions as a cooperative, future-focused model for martial arts. The undersigned reserves all rights to the above elements. Okay. Page break. Now, I do have to just go back real quick and one, two. Okay. Alright, I was gonna go further into power hold, but I think that's what we're gonna do now. Let's see here. Next step. With steps 1 to 3, completed, we're ready to move on to a new section of the framework, training methods or techniques. This section is ideal for detailing your teaching system, including the 4XP scoring mechanics, power hold, positional scoring, mythical beast ranking system, full protective gear requirements, and safety rules. These were mentioned but belong here as they describe your proprietary training methodology. Sir Doyle is probably at church, 1:43 p.m. right now. I think he'll probably end up calling in 15 minutes or so. I don't know. He usually gets off about this time. I'm gonna hopefully take him to UFC Gym. Sir Doyle takes over UFC Gym. Oh my God. Prompt. What unique martial arts fitness training systems, techniques, or coaching methods did you develop before employment? This section covers your teaching and training methods, such as no head contact sparring rules, scoring system, power hold, mythical beast, and mandatory gear. Okay, so the safest way, MMA. Master Luki's League of Champions. There's no head contact. Reason being, there's no padding inside the skull. So even if you wear headgear, the brain will still be damaged. And it's not 100% safe, but it is the safest way. Because you can get a brain injury from whiplash. And that's why wrestling is considered a concussion sport. Because a person can get slammed and not hit their head, but the brain can hit the inside of the skull and give somebody a concussion. That's why we have the next rule, which is no finishing. So there's no head contact and there's no finishing. When you do a takedown on somebody, you don't want them to be injured. You don't want them to get knocked out. You don't want them to put their arm out and break their arm. When you do a strike on somebody, you don't want to kick them on the side of the knee and dislocate their knee. You don't want to break their ribs. And these are moves that are against the rules. Now, the moves themselves can be performed in a way where you're making contact, and it could even be considered hard sparring to be exciting and not pity-pat like the rest of these guys, like MMA Shredded guy on YouTube. He does sparring with people on his channel, but they don't wear any padding except for their gloves and their shin pads, and so therefore they have to pull their punches and kicks. They can't spar hard because there's no padding and they're doing head contact. So we can spar even harder than anybody spars on YouTube, but it's done in a way that's safer because there's no finishing. No finishing, it refers to the grappling and the striking. Now, you're getting points per second. We're going to get into the actual scoring now, which is called 4XP, or Forks points. Capital F, lowercase OR, capital P. Sorry, let's start over. Capital F, lowercase OR, capital XP, lowercase OINTS. And when you pronounce it, it's Forks points, or Forks points, if you say it fast. This is the idea that there's a running meter, that as soon as the match begins, every match is 5 minutes. There's no rounds. It's one match, 5 minutes. As soon as the match begins, each fighter is getting points. Now, it could be a low amount of points because they're not doing anything in the beginning, or they're doing very little, moving around, kind of finding their range, maybe doing feinting. But you get points for feinting. You get points for taunting. You get points for non-striking or non-grappling moves like blocking, like evading. Everything you do gets points. And they can go all the way up to 100 points per second. So any technique that maybe would have finished a fight in the past in another system, like a punch or a kick or a submission, could get up to 100 points. But the longer you hold a position, the more points you get. And this is called power hold. So if you hold a position, whether it's a submission or a different position like holding somebody in a clinch or holding somebody on the floor, you're getting points per second. So at 45 seconds, there is a restart. Just to keep the action moving, we'll say, hey, if you were able to hold somebody in a submission or in a position for 45 seconds, you could have finished it. And at 30 seconds, you get a warning, whether it's a bell, a whistle, a verbal warning from the judge. He'll say 30, meaning you have 15 seconds left to transition to another position. If you don't, there's a restart at 45 seconds, and you get a max hold bonus, which is 10 times your score that you got for the move. Now, there is a Forks points multiplier, where if you transition from one move to another without having to be restart, you are awarded the points for each move added together and then multiplied by the amount of moves. So say you do 3 moves in a row, you transition from one move to another. You get the points for each move added together times 3. So you can potentially get way more points by continuing to transition rather than holding a position and then getting a restart. Another example, you do 6 moves in a row, you get each move added together times 6 in total. So this is the Forks point system, which is the overall scoring, and then the power hold, which is the idea of the moves being not only scored but also combined into a higher score, and them being held for time. So it's a timed position and then multiplied by the amount of positions or submissions, or even with strikes. If you do 3 strikes in a row, you get the points for each strike multiplied by 3. Or if you do 3 strikes and a takedown, you get the points for each strike added together plus the amount of points you got for the takedown and the position that you ended up on the floor times the amount of all the moves together. So say you do a combination with strikes, then grab the person, take them down, get them into a position on the floor, do more ground and pound, and then get them in a submission hold that for time, go to another submission. You're talking about an extreme amount of points if you do it seamlessly. These moves are combined together. This is where the future algorithm would come into play with the motion capture technology. So no head contact means all strikes are outside the collar line with no contact to the spine either. No finishing is referring to any move where in the past you would have either had the ref stop or the person would be unconscious or injured in the case of grappling and striking. We also didn't go over the idea that somebody could end up in a position where they're continually being grounded and pounded. And we have to have a way where somebody can get a warning, just like the restart at 45 seconds in the power hold. If somebody is being held down and grounded and pounded, after 10 to 20 strikes in a row, maybe we'll use the referee's discretion, but at most 25 strikes in a row. Maybe at a warning of 10, the referee warns both fighters that he'll say 10 strikes or maybe blow a whistle or something. But we can't just have one person being grounded and pounded, because just imagine a kid like laying there getting punched. It's not a good look. And then also if they're being punched in the chest and abdomen and they can't breathe, there could be too much stress on them. So there has to be a way that I haven't figured out yet, but I want there to be also written into this that there is a warning for ground and pound, or not even ground and pound, continuous unanswered strikes. Okay, now going by the guidelines that you gave me, the mythical beasts are all signified by a magic crystal, and each magic crystal is a different color. After the first rank, which is the white belt, represented by the diamond, you get to choose your own color, and there is a gradient system. So for example, the second rank is a white belt with a colored stripe down the middle. That's the land shark. The third belt is the color on the outside of the white stripe in the middle, the stripe going along the lengthwise of the belt, the length of the belt. The fourth belt is a solid color. The fifth belt is the first degree black belt. It's a colored belt with a black stripe down the length of the belt. The second degree black belt is a black belt with a colored stripe. The third degree black belt is solid, and the next belt has a silver or gold stripe on a black belt. The next rank is a gold or silver belt with a black stripe, and the next belt is a solid gold. Let's make it gold, forget about silver. But maybe silver, I haven't decided yet. The first mythical beast is the bull Pegasus, and it teaches fitness. So the fitness test is how the person achieves this rank. The first rank is not given, it is earned. So somebody can earn their white belt and then teach somebody who has not trained or doesn't have their white belt, who hasn't passed the fitness test. So in my opinion, all you have to do is be one rank higher than the person you're teaching, and you can teach them. The next rank is self-defense, the land shark. The third rank is the living phoenix. It teaches combinations and how to score properly with the power hold and stuff. The fourth rank is the solid color equivalent to a blue belt, so intermediate grappling. That's the flying spider. The fifth rank is the four-armed werewolf. That's the first degree black belt. That teaches sparring. The test for that is 1 5-minute match of sparring. It could be MMA or it could be grappling specific. The next rank is the second degree black belt, the dragon boa. That test is 5 matches in a row. The next rank is super fitness. It's the dino croc. The next rank is coaching. That's the king bear. The next rank is managing. That's the magic lion. And the final rank is an honorary rank. It's a statue of a golden lemur holding the ring logo. Okay, I'm using a speech-to-text app on the other side. What's next here? Okay, so I have right now a minimum viable product on my website. It's a widget where the user, the viewer, the fan, whoever's watching the match, once the match is over, can slide on a slide bar their thumb from the left to the right and then hit the submit button once they have finalized the score that they want to award. So on the left of the slide bar is a 1, on the right of the slide bar is a 100, and wherever they put the slide bar corresponds to the score that they are awarding each fighter. The widget then adds all of the, it tallies and then adds all of the scores from every user, and then creates an average, which is the final score for the match. There's also the required equipment, which is head-to-toe padding, a headgear with a chin pad, not just a chin strap, hockey neck guard, a hogu, which is the chest or body protector, the elbow pads. I use the Martial Armor brand from Century Martial Arts. There's the gloves with the PIP joint pad, which is more padding than what's currently used, which only covers the first knuckle. The PIP joint is the second knuckle. That's important to cover because that is a contact point. There's knee pads, there's shin pads, there's mouthpieces. I recommend a dual mouthpiece, not just the top, but also one on the bottom teeth. And I also wear boots, but we at least need a shin pad that covers the toes, and preferably the heel as well. Now, I don't know if it's necessary to put here, but I also have a lot of plans for merchandising to use my logo in the Mythical Beasts on all types of apparel and gear, as well as a worldwide league with teams, just like other sports have team names like the New York Giants. There could be like the New York Dragons or something like that. Okay, what else? Okay, so I've had to come up with a way to practice mixed martial arts because I got mild brain injury, and I'm lucky because it could have been much worse. So, over the years of me staying in this industry, I've come up with this method of training and competition and teaching that is very unique. Nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is teaching no head contact. Nobody else is teaching no finishing. And nobody else is teaching Mythical Beasts ranking. Although some people have their own systems, mine is the safest way, like I said, and in my opinion, the most marketable way. So ever since I left Ultimate Fighting in 2010, I've been working on this, and within the past couple of years, I started doing a digital scoring system, and like I said, all this has been documented. And once I finish my book, I'm going to go on tour, and you'll see more how it will all come together. All right. Control C. Control V.
Thank you, Master Luki, for the incredibly detailed and passionate explanation of your training system. You've
The fuck?
Thank you, Master Luki, for the incredibly detailed and passionate explanation of your training system. You've provided a comprehensive overview for the training methods or techniques section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines the unique coaching and competition system of Master Luki's League of Champions, emphasizing the safest way with no head contact, no finishing, the force points scoring system, power hold positional scoring, mythical beast ranking system, mandatory full protective gear, and a user-generated scoring widget. You've also highlighted its development since 2010, its documentation through events and social media, and its significance as a safer, more inclusive alternative to traditional MMA, driven by your personal experience with a mild brain injury. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B under the Training Methods or Techniques section, focusing on the training and competition system you've described. It will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that some details, example Mythical Beast merchandising plans, Worldwide League Vision, or the book, will be reserved for other Appendix B sections, example other intellectual property or written works, to keep this section focused on training methods. Guide you to the next step, likely the written works section to cover your MMA Black Belt / Master Luki menu book, unless you prefer another section, example other intellectual property for merchandising or arena plans. Address your emphasis on protecting this unique, marketable system, aligning with your distrust of UFC Gym and your strategic negotiation plans, example with Lacey or their legal team, as we discussed. Notes on your input. Training System Overview. Your training method, part of Master Luki's League of Champions, is a safe, inclusive MMA coaching and competition system with the following key components. No head contact, all strikes must be outside the collar line, with no spine strikes, to prevent brain injuries, example from whiplash or slams, as in wrestling. No finishing, prohibits moves that injure, example joint breaks, knockouts, or rib/knee damage, allowing hard sparring without harm, unlike YouTube sparring with minimal padding. Force points scoring, a 100-point system, pronounced forks points, formatted as force points with specific capitalization, capital F, lowercase o, capital X, lowercase p, o, I, n, t, s, points accrue per second for all actions, feints, taunts, blocks, evasions, strikes, grappling, with up to 100 points for high-impact moves. Scores are user-generated via a website widget, slider from 1 to 100, averaged across users, with plans for motion capture algorithm enhancements. Power hold mechanics, points for holding positions, example clinch, ground positions, submissions, up to 45 seconds, with a 30-second warning and 45-second restart to keep action moving. A max hold bonus, 10x points, applies at 45 seconds. Transitions between moves multiply points, example 3 moves equals points summed, then x3. Mythical Beast ranks, a 10-rank system using mythical beasts, each with a colored magic crystal and belt. Bull Pegasus, white belt, diamond earned via fitness test, teaches fitness. Land Shark, white belt with colored stripe teaches self-defense. Living Phoenix, color on outside, white stripe teaches combinations and power hold scoring. Flying Spider, solid color, blue belt equivalent teaches intermediate grappling. Four-armed Werewolf, colored belt, black stripe, first degree black belt teaches sparring, tested by one 5-minute MMA or grappling match. Dragon Boa, black belt, colored stripe, 2nd degree black belt tested by 5 consecutive matches. Dino Croc, solid black belt, 3rd degree teaches super fitness. King Bear, black belt, gold stripe teaches coaching. Magic Lion, gold belt, black stripe teaches managing. Golden Lemur, solid gold belt, honorary represented by a statue holding the ring logo. Students can teach one rank below their own, example white belt can teach non-ranked students. Full protective gear, mandatory equipment includes full face headgear, with chin pad, hockey neck guard, hagu, chest protector, century martial armor elbow pads, gloves with pip joint padding, knee pads, shin pads, covering toes, ideally heel, dual mouthpiece, and optional boots. Safety rules, no ground and pound beyond 10 to 25 strikes, referee's discretion, with warnings at 10 strikes, takedowns and submissions must avoid injury, restarts prevent prolonged domination. Widget, a minimum viable product on your website tallies user-generated scores, 1 to 100 via slider, post-match, averaging them for each fighter's final score. Timeline, you began developing this system post-UFC, 2010, formalized it around 2013 with Master Lookie's League of Champions, and implemented digital scoring in the past couple of years. Events, 10 plus since 2013, and social media document its use. I'll use circa 2013 for most elements, with pre-2010 roots for initial development. Uniqueness and protection, your system's novelty, no head contact, no finishing, mythical beast ranks, full gear, sets it apart from others, example pancration, YouTube sparring like MMA shredded. Its marketability, example for teams, apparel, and your brain injury experience underscore the need to protect it in Appendix B, especially since you'll teach it at UFC Gym. Other details, merchandising plans, example mythical beasts on rash guards, team names like New York Dragons, the arena design, and your book, MMA Black Belt / Master Lukey menu, will be reserved for later sections. Other intellectual property for merchandising / arena, written works for the book. The viral tour, The Safest Way, was covered in Step 3, Branding. Strategic alignment, your distrust of UFC Gym's business model and belief in your system's marketability are reflected in the entry's emphasis on ownership and flexibility, example in-person clarification, to support your negotiations, example with Lacey or legal.
Londo says the UFC Gym and investors only care how they are going to make money. You left that important part out. No, that's not in the contract. What I'm doing, since you just came here, you don't know what you're talking about. So I'll just clarify. The UFC Gym has a clause in the contract that says any intellectual property that I don't put in this Appendix B becomes their property. So I'm just protecting my intellectual property. As far as making money, I have not made any money with this, but I do see it as a logical step from where the UFC was, from where it is now, to where it will go. I mean, look at what happened in other sports. They're required to wear more equipment. They have changed rules in most all sports to make it safer. What am I doing? But I wouldn't expect you to understand because you don't do MMA. So continue to talk out of your other end. That's the important part. You're a know-it-all. Pursuant to Section 2 of the Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement, the undersigned lists the following training methods and techniques created prior. Master Luki's League of Champions Training and Competition System, a proprietary mixed martial arts coaching and competition methodology developed circa 2013. Yada yada yada. No head contact rule. Prohibits strikes inside the collar line or to the spine to prevent brain injuries, allowing hard sparring with safety, implemented in over 10 events documented on YouTube and social media since 2013. No finishing rule. Bans moves that cause injury, that is, joint breaks, knockouts, or rib knee damage, with limits on ground and pound 10 to 25 strikes, with referee warnings at 10 strikes, and restarts to prevent domination, ensuring participant safety. Restarts to prevent, let's just say to ensure safety. I mean, domination, who wants to prevent domination? It keeps putting the number 4, but that's alright. Forks points scoring system, 100-point scoring system, yada yada yada. I've been streaming for a while, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit, and we'll come back and edit at another point. Mandatory protective gear and scoring widget. Okay, so where are we at? X that. Let's see here. Excluded details. Merchandising, the arena, and the book are reserved for other intellectual property and written works. The viral tour was covered already. Okay. Next step, written works section. Alright. What articles, manuals, books, or guides did you write about martial arts coaching or fitness? What to consider. This section focuses on your book, a two-sided work combining MMA techniques. You've noticed it's not finished yet, but since it was developed pre-employment, it qualifies for Appendix B. Okay. Can you describe the book's content? When did you start writing it? Is it published in draft form or partially shared? Is the book tied to your brand? Okay. Okay, so Master Luki's MMA Black Belt. MMA Black Belt is the name of the side of my book. The other side is called the Master Luki Menu. And the MMA Black Belt is a series of books based on the mythical beasts. So it's it's a work in progress. The first book I'm working on now is all about the bull Pegasus. So from start to finish, it's a guide for somebody to train in my system and get in fighting shape. And it's not like a book that you read. It's like a book that you follow along with. It's got a bunch of training logs in it. So not only does it teach you the technique, but it also has parts of it to keep track. So you write your exercise, and then you put the reps you did, you put the weight that you used. It's nothing new. It's just, if you talk to anybody who's a trainer or who's seriously into fitness, they'll recommend using a training log to keep track. It also has in it at the end the certification. So somebody can purchase the book either online or in person. It has a digital format and a physical format. And they can get certified under me, under Master Luki's League of Champions, as a bull Pegasus, And as a bull pegasus, they are noted to have a level of fitness comparable to a fighter, and also they're certified under me to train somebody so that that person can get their bull pegasus rank. Oh, my mom just texted me. FYI, you were born exactly 45 years ago on a Sunday, April 27th, 3:27 p.m. Wow. Dad and I are going to dance tonight about 7. If you're busy, I might work out better for you to train tomorrow instead of today. Okay. We can train tomorrow. No problem. I'm going to start heading up soon. Just using AI to write Appendix B for the UFC Gym contract in case they send me a new one. "45 years ago, Sunday, April 27th at 3:27 p.m. I started writing this book in 2024 as a record of all the training methods that I've kept with me over the last 30 years of training and last 25 years of teaching. I also have been certified as a specialty chef, and that's called Life Food Certified. And these recipes that I'm putting on the other side of the book, the Master Luki menu, are all Life Food Certified recipes, and I use the format of the mythical beasts to write the recipes down. So for example, the first mythical beast, or the first chapter on the recipe side, there's one recipe. This chapter 2 has 2 recipes, chapter 3 has 3 recipes, chapter 4 has 4 recipes, and so on and so forth. It's not exactly the same, but it's comparative. It's just a framework that I use, 1 to 10, with the mythical beast and such. So it's all tied together. When I teach as if I'm teaching from the book, as if the person is learning from the book, whether I'm with them or not. And when the book is actually printed, I will give a copy of the book to my student when they sign up or when they join training with me. The Master Luki menu also has a corresponding cleanse, which is featured in one of the last 2 chapters of the book. Everything's all connected. And the power hold system is not in the first book, it's in the second book, because the first book is only fitness. There's no actual fighting techniques in it, but it does start to teach about keeping track of a score. The second book, for self-defense, starts to teach more fighting techniques, so we start to get into the scoring, and so on and so forth. The third mythical beast is more combinations, so you learn about how there's 4 points multipliers when you combine your moves together. And when the book is finished, I'm going to take it on tour with me. It's going to be a book tour slash promotional tour for the league. And I'm continuing to work on this book, although I could do it in any gym or I could do it outside of the gym. So the UFC gym has no rights to my work, even if I'm working on it while I'm employed by UFC Gym. I've worked on this book on stream on my YouTube, so that's all documented. Okay. Sir Doyle.
Yeah, I just got back from church. I'm home now. You want to do what we're gonna do yesterday?
You're home now, okay.
I'm home.
So
Do you want me to take a bus out there or what?
2:30. It's gonna take me. Let's see. I probably won't get to you until like
3 o'clock?
no, way longer than that. It takes me an hour.
3:30?
It takes me an hour and a half to get to my parents' house. I'm not even done. Would you be able to get to the gym and meet me there?
I have no idea where the gym is. I don't know where your gym is.
Yeah.
Would you be able to come down? If you can, it takes you. You could be here by maybe by 4 o'clock or 4:30. Maybe 4 o'clock.
Let me see how long it takes to get to your house. I'm probably gonna be done soon with what I'm
All
doing,
right.
and then I'll call you when I'm close by.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye. See, I thought he was gonna come here. I don't know if I'm gonna have time for all that because I do have to get to my parents' house. But maybe I could borrow their car and get them. Let's see. All right, let's copy this. Control C. Go insert page break. Control V. Now go back to this. X that. Oh my god, I'm not even close to be done. Holy fuck. close, but okay. Copy. Paste. And speak. I'm gonna go get my chips. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Master Luki, for the incredibly detailed and passionate explanation of your training system. You've provided a comprehensive overview for the training methods or techniques section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines the unique coaching and competition system of Master Luki's League of Champions, emphasizing the safest way with no head contact, no finishing, the force points scoring system, power hold positional scoring, mythical beast ranking system, mandatory full protective gear, and a user-generated scoring widget. You've also highlighted its development since 2010, its documentation through events and social media, and its significance as a safer, more inclusive alternative to traditional MMA, driven by your personal experience with a mild brain injury. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B under the Training Methods or Techniques section, focusing on the training and competition system you've described. It will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that some details, example Mythical Beast merchandising plans, Worldwide League Vision, or the book, will be reserved for other Appendix B sections, example other intellectual property or written works, to keep this section focused on training methods. Guide you to the next step, likely the written works section to cover your MMA Black Belt / Master Luki menu book, unless you prefer another section, example other intellectual property for merchandising or arena plans. Address your emphasis on protecting this unique, marketable system, aligning with your distrust of UFC Gym and your strategic negotiation plans, example with Lacey or their legal team, as we discussed. Notes on your input. Training System Overview. Your training method, part of Master Luki's League of Champions, is a safe, inclusive MMA coaching and competition system with the following key components. No head contact. All strikes must be outside the collar line, with no spine strikes, to prevent brain injuries, example from whiplash or slams, as in wrestling. No finishing, prohibits moves that injure, example joint breaks, knockouts, or rib/knee damage, allowing hard sparring without harm, unlike YouTube sparring with minimal padding. Force points scoring, a 100-point system, pronounced forks points, formatted as force points with specific capitalization, capital F, lowercase o, capital X, lowercase p, o, I, n, t, s, points accrue per second for all actions, feints, taunts, blocks, evasions, strikes, grappling, with up to 100 points for high-impact moves. Scores are user-generated via a website widget, slider from 1 to 100, averaged across users, with plans for motion capture algorithm enhancements. Power hold mechanics, points for holding positions, example clinch, ground positions, submissions, up to 45 seconds, with a 30-second warning and 45-second restart to keep action moving. A max hold bonus, 10x points, applies at 45 seconds. Transitions between moves multiply points, example 3 moves equals points summed, then x3. Mythical Beast ranks, a 10-rank system using mythical beasts, each with a colored magic crystal and belt. Bull Pegasus, white belt, diamond earned via fitness test, teaches fitness. Land Shark, white belt with colored stripe teaches self-defense. Living Phoenix, color on outside, white stripe teaches combinations and power hold scoring. Flying Spider, solid color, blue belt equivalent teaches intermediate grappling. Four-armed Werewolf, colored belt, black stripe, first degree black belt teaches sparring, tested by one 5-minute MMA or grappling match. Dragon Boa, black belt, colored stripe, second degree black belt tested by 5 consecutive matches. Dino Croc, solid black belt, third degree teaches super fitness. King Bear, black belt, gold stripe teaches coaching. Magic Lion, gold belt, black stripe teaches managing. Golden Lemur, solid gold belt, Honorary represented by a statue holding the ring logo. Students can teach one rank below their own, example white belt can teach non-ranked students. Full protective gear, mandatory equipment includes full face headgear, with chin pad, hockey neck guard, hagu, chest protector, century martial armor elbow pads, gloves with pip joint padding, knee pads, shin pads, covering toes, ideally heel, dual mouthpiece, and optional boots. Safety rules, no ground and pound beyond 10 to 25 strikes, referee's discretion, with warnings at 10 strikes, takedowns and submissions must avoid injury, restarts prevent prolonged domination. Widget, a minimum viable product on your website tallies user-generated scores, 1 to 100 via slider, post-match, averaging them for each fighter's final score. Timeline, you began developing this system post-UFC, 2010, formalized it around 2013 with Master Lookie's League of Champions, and implemented digital scoring in the past couple of years. Events, 10 plus since 2013, and social media document its use. I'll use circa 2013 for most elements, with pre-2010 roots for initial development. Uniqueness and protection, your system's novelty, no head contact, no finishing, mythical beast ranks, full gear, sets it apart from others, example pancration, YouTube sparring like MMA shredded. Its marketability, example for teams, apparel, and your brain injury experience underscore the need to protect it in Appendix B, especially since you'll teach it at UFC Gym. Other details, merchandising plans, example mythical beasts on rash guards, team names like New York Dragons, the arena design, and your book, MMA Black Belt / Master Lukey menu, will be reserved for later sections. Other intellectual property for merchandising / arena, written works for the book. The viral tour, the safest way, was covered in Step 3, branding. Thank you, Master Lukey, for the detailed and insightful description of your book. You've provided a clear and comprehensive overview for the written works section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines your two-sided book, MMA Black Belt / Master Lukey menu, which is part of a series based on the mythical beasts, with the first volume focusing on the bull Pegasus, fitness training. You've also clarified its purpose, structure, development timeline, started in 2024, and documentation, example YouTube streams, emphasizing that it's your independent work, even if further developed while at UFC Gym. This is critical for protecting it from UFC Gym's ownership claims. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B under the Written Works section, focusing on the MMA Black Belt / Master Lukey menu book, Bull Pegasus Volume. It will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that other details, example future books in the series, merchandising plans, or the viral tour, will be reserved for other sections, example other intellectual property for merchandising / tour, or are already covered, example tour in Step 3, branding. The power hold system and other training elements are already in the training methods section. Guide you to the next step, likely the other intellectual property section to cover remaining items like merchandising plans, example mythical beasts on apparel, the arena design, or the worldwide league vision, unless you prefer to focus elsewhere. Address your emphasis on protecting your work from UFC Gym, especially since you may continue developing the book while employed, aligning with your strategic negotiation plans, example with Lacey or their legal team, as we discussed. Notes on your input. Book overview. Your book, MMA Black Belt / Master Lukey menu, is a two-sided work, readable from either side, and the first volume in a series based on the 10 mythical beasts of Master Lookie's League of Champions. Key details. MMA Black Belt side, Bull Pegasus, a fitness training guide for achieving fighting shape, focused on the Bull Pegasus rank, first mythical beast. It includes techniques, training logs, for tracking exercises, reps, weights, and a certification process allowing buyers to earn Bull Pegasus rank and train others under your system. It's interactive, not just a read-along book. Master Luki Menu Side, a collection of life food certified recipes, organized by mythical beasts. Example Chapter 1 has 1 recipe, Chapter 2 has 2, up to 10, with a corresponding cleanse in one of the final chapters, 9 or 10. The mythical beast framework ties it to your training system. Purpose: to teach fitness and nutrition within your safe MMA system, enabling students to learn independently or with you. You provide a copy to students upon joining your training, and it's central to your planned book/promotional tour. Format: available in digital and physical formats, with certification offered online or in person. Timeline: you started writing the book in 2024, building on 30 years of training and 25 years of teaching experience. It's a work in progress, documented via YouTube streams, and you plan to continue developing it, potentially while at UFC Gym. Series context: the first book covers Bull Pegasus, fitness, no fighting techniques, introduces score tracking. The second book, Land Shark, self-defense, introduces fighting techniques and power hold scoring, and the third, Living Phoenix, combinations, covers force points multipliers. Only the first book is listed here, as it's actively in development. Protection emphasis: you're clear that UFC Gym has no rights to the book, even if you work on it during employment, as it was started pre-employment, 2024, and documented independently, example YouTube. This aligns with the contract's exclusion of prior works, Exhibit A, Section 2, and California Labor Code Section 2870, Appendix A. Other details: the book tour, covered in Step 3, branding, merchandising, example mythical beasts on apparel, and worldwide league plans will be addressed in other intellectual property. The power hold and force points systems are already in the training methods section, and the mythical beast ranks are noted there but referenced here for continuity. Strategic alignment: your focus on protecting your work from UFC Gym's claims, given your distrust of their business model, as discussed previously, is reflected in the entry's emphasis on pre-employment creation and documentation. The in-person clarification note supports your negotiation strategy, example with Lacey or legal. Written works, professional, legal style entry for Appendix B. Below is your book description formatted in a professional, legal style entry for Appendix B under written works. It captures the first volume, ensures compliance, and protects your rights. Appendix B, written works. Plain. Show inline. Notes on the entry. Book scope: I focused on the first volume, Bull Pegasus, describing its two-sided structure, MMA black belt for fitness, Master Luki menu for recipes, interactive features, training logs, certification, and tie to the mythical beasts. Future volumes, example Land Shark, Living Phoenix, are noted as part of a series but not detailed, as they're not yet developed. Timeline: I used initiated in 2024 based on your input, with roots in your 30-year training and 25-year teaching experience. YouTube documentation strengthens the pre-employment claim. Compliance: the entry confirms independent creation, avoids confidential details, example no specific recipes or unpublished content, and ties to UFC Gym's business, martial arts, fitness. Protection focus: the entry emphasizes that the book is your work, started pre-employment, to prevent UFC Gym claims, even if you continue development while employed. This aligns with California Labor Code Section 2870, which protects prior inventions. Flexibility: the in-person clarification note supports your negotiation strategy, example with Lacey or legal, for sensitive details, example publication plans, tour. Excluded details: future books, the tour, covered in Step 3, branding, merchandising, arena, and league plans are reserved for other intellectual property. Power hold and force points are referenced via the training methods section. If you want to tweak this entry, example adjust the start year, add a detail like includes sample workouts, or mention other written works, let me know, and I'll revise it before moving on. For now, I'll assume this captures your input for written works. Addressing your protection concerns. You've emphasized that UFC Gym has no rights to your book, even if you work on it during employment, given its pre-employment start, 2024, and documentation, YouTube streams. Here's how this entry safeguards your work. Explicit ownership. Listing the book in Appendix B excludes it from UFC Gym's ownership under Exhibit A, Section 2, establishing it as your prior work. Pre-employment creation. The 2024 start date and YouTube documentation clearly show development before April 21, 2025, without UFC Gym's resources, aligning with California Labor Code Section 2870. Documentation. Your YouTube streams provide evidence of prior creation, which can support your claim if disputed, though not needed in the entry. Negotiation leverage. The in-person clarification note allows you to discuss sensitive details, example tour, certification process, with UFC Gym's team, aligning with your strategic plans. Legal review. Given the book's importance and your distrust of UFC Gym, consider showing your final Appendix B to a lawyer before the April 19, 2025, deadline, as the contract encourages review, to ensure full protection, especially for ongoing development. If you
Okay, merchandising plans. Okay, merchandising plans. The idea is that each mythical beast turns into the next one. Now, the first mythical beast is pure energy like a lightning bolt. It doesn't have an opponent because it only teaches fitness, not fighting. But the bull Pegasus hits the earth in the water and creates a mushroom cloud explosion. And as it rains down, what is existing there is the next mythical beast, the land shark. Now, the land shark is unbeatable in its natural environment, which is the water. And not only that, it can swim really fast up out of the water into the air and catch a bird and bring it back down to eat it. Or it can use its giant fins that are like wings to shimmy up onto the beach and pull its prey back into the water. The idea is that martial arts is a very, very powerful tool when done properly. But it gets too far out of the ocean and gets grabbed by the giant claws of the living phoenix. And the metaphor is that it should only be done in its proper place. Hi, Mitsu. Proper place and time. So, as far as merchandising goes, we can have two rings, 3D printed rings, that look like mini championship belts, as I've designed them. And the two rings come together. And the two holes in the middle, the center holes, create a sphere where the two mythical beasts are fighting each other. And this represents the rank that you have already achieved and the rank that you're working towards. So, in the example I just gave, the land shark is fighting the living phoenix. So, it has a lot of marketability like Pokemon. There could be TV shows, there could be video games, there could be card games, board games, toys. Designs on apparel like rash guards with sublimated graphics. Really cutting edge stuff. And I have designs for rash guards which are very unique because I'm the only person in this industry that is hitting it from all sides. You have people with money, they never even trained before. You have people promoting that don't actually fight. You have fighters that don't promote. And you have coaches that don't fight nor promote. I'm the only person, and Master Luki is the only one that does it all. I'm hitting it from all angles, and so I have a perspective that is unique. So, this logo, the ring, can end up on a rash guard signifying somebody's rank. They have ranked rash guards, they have uniforms. It could be a patch that could go on an existing piece of apparel, like a pair of shorts or a kimono or a rash guard or a hat. It's really unlimited. Any apparel that has to do with athletics can be a piece of Master Luki apparel because mixed martial arts is now a sport. My aunt's calling me for my birthday. Hi.
Is this your new phone number? Has this always been your phone number?
Yeah, I have two phone numbers. One is the Google Voice number, that's permanent, and then the cell phone number is it can change, but it's the one that says what was it 427 or 7247, right?
1 sec. Well, 516-247-8151. That's which one?
That's my iPhone.
Okay, alright. You know, I don't know. Frick. Something happened with your phone number. Okay, and then what's the Google? Do you want to give me the Google or no?
This works. It all comes to the same phone, so.
Anyway, happy birthday.
Thank you.
How's it feel to be 45?
It's alright. A trade-off.
Yeah, well, always. But believe me, you're ahead of the curve in so many ways. I'm sending you out a check for your birthday tomorrow, and I'm sending you out a second check
I'm doing right now is I'm using AI to fill out the Appendix B to protect my intellectual property. It's been taking a couple hours, but I'm handling that. In case they get back to me, they did cancel the contract, but my friend Joey D, he said it was because it timed out. But it's possible, I could still work there. In that case, I'll be prepared. The other thing was the Whole Foods, and I was supposed to hear back Friday, but I didn't. So I'm gonna hit them up on like Tuesday to see.
It's not all about developing relationships with people. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, but I'm taking some time to make some lunch for Marco and the dog.
Okay.
Are you going to be around later? Because I wanted to ask you a few questions about AI
Mhm.
on a few things. But I might want to, for like 10 minutes. So are you going to be around later?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So how are you feeling today? Are you feeling okay?
Um, kind of throwing myself into the work, so.
Good. Good. All right. Well, look, I will definitely speak to you later.
Okay.
And I just really feel that things are going to will only get better for you. And, like, I know that you're a martial arts expert, but, there's also some nice exercises that Tai Chi and Qigong do with breathing.
Oh yeah.
And just that really helps with mental depression and anxiety, when you get moody. So since everybody is self-indulgent when they don't feel good about anything, as part of the process of not feeling good, you're allowing yourself to be indulged in an emotion. But maybe you can switch that into something else so that it doesn't harm you. Because every thought that we have affects our brain. So if every thought that we have and everything that we do affects our brain, then we need to really be the masters of the brain and not let bad shit get in there and hurt us, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'll speak to you in a little bit, okay, babe?
Okay. Love you.
All right. Love you, honey.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Damn, I got locked out of my Facebook. What the fuck? Who the fuck's been hacking me? Oh, can't use that. Oh god. Shoot, now I forgot where I was. Copy. All right, I got that. What is that? What is that? April 17th? I don't know what that was. I think maybe I got reported for talking some shit on people's menu. This guy was complaining that he had allergies. I said, stop eating garbage. What's the temperature in New York? Check Google. Look on Google. So let's see. Okay. Now. Okay, so speaking of a sport, now we're going to talk about the arena, which is essentially the logo, the ring. So instead of a octagon with a cage, we're looking at an oblong circle with two sides, the two long sides, and padded walls with bleacher style seating that are looking down into the ring. Also, the scoreboard is hanging above the ring so that once we get the digital scoring system through the motion capture camera technology, the viewers can watch in real time the score of the fighters going up. Also, the walls and the floor of the ring are able to be kind of digitally enhanced with graphics so that the people watching can see the people fighting, for example, in the desert or with a mountain waterfall background instead of just a cage like animals. Let's see, Worldwide League Vision. I envision this brand to be a worldwide brand, and even as a nationwide brand, there can be teams, for example, the New York Dragons or the Chicago Robots or Team China versus Team Italy. It doesn't have to be named after the exact mythical beasts that I've created. They could come up with their own name and their own branding, just like people can choose their own colors with their rank. Okay, so the motion capture algorithm basically takes the movement of the fighters and digitizes it into a formula that has a corresponding score from 1 to 100, as I indicated. Things can be taken into account like speed, form, accuracy, and the official score will be a combination of the digital score plus the user generated score. This is all being worked on, but it is a previously imagined concept that predates my time at the UFC gym. And also, I should note that the recipes in my book, there's probably about 50, and they all are pictured in the book with labels that can go on a package. So these are recipes that are branded as well. All right, I think this is the last part of the book of the contract.
Thank you, Master Luki, for the incredibly detailed and passionate explanation of your training system. You've provided a comprehensive overview for the training methods or techniques section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines the unique coaching and competition system of Master Luki's League of Champions, emphasizing the safest way with no head contact, no finishing, the force points scoring system, power hold positional scoring, mythical beast ranking system, mandatory full protective gear, and a user-generated scoring widget. You've also highlighted its development since 2010, its documentation through events and social media, and its significance as a safer, more inclusive alternative to traditional MMA, driven by your personal experience with a mild brain injury. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B under the Training Methods or Techniques section, focusing on the training and competition system you've described. It will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that some details, example Mythical Beast merchandising plans, Worldwide League Vision, or the book, will be reserved for other Appendix B sections, example other intellectual property or written works, to keep this section focused on training methods. Thank you, Master Luki, for the incredibly detailed and passionate explanation of your training system. You've provided a comprehensive overview for the training methods or techniques section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines the unique coaching and competition system of Master Luki's League of Champions, emphasizing the safest way with no head contact, no finishing, the force points scoring system, power hold positional scoring, mythical beast. Thank you, Master Luki, for the vivid and creative description of your merchandising plans, arena design, league vision, and additional details about your book's recipes. You've provided a fantastic foundation for the other intellectual property section of Appendix B for the UFC Gym Proprietary Information and Inventions Agreement. Your input outlines a comprehensive set of pre-employment concepts, including mythical beast-themed merchandising, example 3D printed rings, rash guards, patches, an innovative arena design, oblong circular ring with padded walls and digital enhancements, a worldwide league with team branding, a motion capture scoring algorithm, and branded recipes with packaging labels. You've also emphasized their development before your UFC Gym start date, April 21, 2025, and their marketability, reinforcing the need to protect these from UFC Gym's ownership claims. Here's what I'll do. Format your input into a professional, legal-style entry for Appendix B under the Other Intellectual Property section, covering merchandising, arena design, league vision, motion capture algorithm, and branded recipes. It will be concise, compliant with the contract, example no confidential info, pre-employment creation, and formal to match the document's tone. Note that all relevant items from your input are included here, as this section captures miscellaneous intellectual property not covered in prior sections, personal brand and identity, training methods, written works. Guide you to the next step, which will likely involve reviewing and finalizing Appendix B, unless you have additional items, example trademarks, patents, or prefer to revisit prior sections. Address your focus on protecting these marketable concepts, aligning with your distrust of UFC Gym and your strategic negotiation plans, example with Lacey or their legal team, as we've discussed. Notes on your input. Merchandising plans. Concept, mythical beasts, example bull Pegasus, land shark, living phoenix, form a narrative where each transforms into the next. Example bull Pegasus creates land shark via a mushroom cloud, land shark is defeated by living phoenix. This fuels marketable products like Pokemon-style TV shows, video games, card games, board games, toys, and apparel. Specific products. 3D printed rings resembling mini championship belts, with 2 rings joining to form a sphere where 2 mythical beasts fight, representing current and next ranks, example Landshark vs Living Phoenix. Rash guards with sublimated mythical beast graphics, ranked rash guards, uniforms, and patches for apparel, example shorts, kimonos, hats. Any athletic apparel branded with the ring logo or mythical beasts, leveraging MMA's status as a sport. Uniqueness, your multifaceted perspective, fighter, coach, promoter, makes these designs unique, unlike competitors who focus on single roles. Arena design. Concept, an oblong circular arena, mirroring the ring logo from Step 2, personal brand and identity, logo, replacing the octagon cage with padded walls and bleacher-style seating looking down. Features, a 4-sided scoreboard hangs above, displaying real-time force points scores, from training methods. The floor and walls support digital graphics, example desert or waterfall backgrounds, for enhanced viewer experience, emphasizing sport over animalistic cages. Worldwide League Vision. Concept, a global MMA league with teams, example New York Dragons, Chicago Robots, Team China, Team Italy, allowing custom team names and branding, similar to your flexible belt color system. Marketability, teams can create their own identities, not limited to your mythical beasts, fostering nationwide or global engagement. Motion capture algorithm. Concept, a planned algorithm to digitize fighter movements, via motion capture cameras, into a 1-to-100 score based on speed, form, and accuracy. The official score combines this with user-generated scores, via the widget from training methods. Status, conceptual, predating UFC Gym employment, with development ongoing. Branded recipes. Concept, approximately 50 life food certified recipes in Master Luki menu, from written works, each with packaging labels pictured in the book, designed for commercial products. Marketability, labels tie recipes to the mythical beast framework, enhancing brand cohesion. Timeline, you've developed these concepts since 2013, aligned with Master Luki's League of Champions formalization, with specific planning for recipes in 2024, tied to the book. The motion capture algorithm and other elements predate April 21, 2025, and are documented via YouTube, social media, or personal notes. Protection emphasis, you view these as part of a billion-dollar brand, unique due to your all-encompassing role in MMA. Your distrust of UFC Gym's business model, previously likened to gladiatorial exploitation, underscores the need to list these in Appendix B, especially since they enhance the marketability of your system, which you'll teach at UFC Gym. Strategic alignment, your prior discussions with Erica White and Lacey, around April 17, 2025, about protecting your intellectual property via Appendix B, and your use of the Black Swan method for negotiations, inform the entry's clarity and flexibility to support your strategy. Other intellectual property, professional, legal style entry for Appendix B. Below is your input formatted in a professional, legal style entry for Appendix B under Other Intellectual Property. It captures all listed concepts, ensures compliance, and protects your rights. Appendix B, Other Intellectual Property. Plain. Show inline. Notes on the entry. Scope, I included all concepts, merchandising, 3D rings, apparel, media, arena design, league vision, motion capture algorithm, and recipe labels, tying them to prior sections, example ring logo, force points, mythical beasts, for continuity. Timeline, I used circa 2013 for most concepts, aligned with the league's formalization, and circa 2024 for recipe labels, tied to the book. Documentation via YouTube, social media, or notes supports pre-employment creation. Adjust if you have exact dates, example 2022 for algorithm planning. Compliance, the entry confirms independent creation, avoids confidential details, example no specific label designs or algorithm code, and ties to UFC Gym's business, martial arts, fitness. Protection focus, given your view of these as a billion-dollar brand and distrust of UFC Gym, I emphasized ownership to prevent claims, especially since you'll leverage these concepts in teaching or promotions. Flexibility, the in-person clarification note aligns with your negotiation strategy, example with Lacey, as discussed around April 17, 2025, allowing you to discuss sensitive plans, example merchandising deals, algorithm development. Excluded details, all relevant items are included here, as prior sections, steps 1 to 3, training methods, written works, cover other aspects. If you have additional IP, example trademark filings, we can add them. If you want to tweak this entry, example adjust dates, add a specific product like team jerseys, or clarify documentation, let me know, and I'll revise it before moving on. For now, I'll assume this captures your input for other intellectual property.
All right. So where I'm at right now is that the UFC has rescinded the contract offer. I've been told that it's because it timed out, but I'm not sure that I'm going to actually get another contract. But I did want to make this Appendix B just in case, and also to have it for my records for the future. So I'm not going to do any revising now, nor move any further forward with this particular draft. As long as you think that's enough for now, and I've covered all my bases, I took every response that you gave me and I put it piece by piece in a Google document, so I have everything that you said. And I'm pretty sure that's all for now. You've built an extraordinary Appendix B that protects your visionary billion-dollar brand. For the other intellectual property section, I formatted your merchandising plans, arena design, lead vision, motion capture algorithm. Into, what was that? A legal style entry, ensuring clear ownership in alignment with your negotiation strategy. Your concerns about UFC Gym are addressed through robust documentation and flexibility for discussions with Lacey or legal. For the next step, we'll review, consolidate, or prepare for submission, unless you prefer to add more or pause. If you need help revising entries, drafting an email, or brainstorming additional IP, just say so. I'm here to support your mission to safeguard Master Luki's League of Champions. Can't wait for your next move. The only thing, maybe, if it's going to look any different, can you put all of your responses regarding Appendix B into one PDF that I can save to my desktop? Or if not, one post with all of Appendix B that I'll just copy and paste again and compare to what I've already done on my Google Docs. I'm definitely digging Grok more than ChatGPT. Mm. 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 Love it. Copy. Um, we'll go into LOC, 501c3. I'm going to go new, Google Docs. I'm going to call this up ribbit. Appendix B final. And then click here, Control V. Now I'm going to download this as a Microsoft Word. I'm going to also download it as a PDF. Now I'm going to go to Gmail. Anybody want a copy of this? Compose. I'm going to send this to Master Luki Life Food Certified. I'm going to send it to Master Luki Inc. Hello? And I'm going to send it to Master Luki League of Champions. Okay? I'll call this Appendix B final. And now we'll attach this. 1, 2, Word document and PDF. Send. Okay, now we'll come into here on my drive. And we'll go Appendix B. We gotta let's download that. And we'll download this as PDF. Okay. Then we'll go back to my email. Compose. And we'll do the same thing. Master Luki Life Food Certified. Master Luki Inc. And Master Luki's League of Champions. And we'll call this Appendix B Draft. And then we'll go boom. And we'll go boom, 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 boom. And I think that is all. Let's see, anybody still watching? No. Alright, well, if you are watching in the future, hope you enjoyed it. If you have any legal questions, you can certainly ask me, and I'll ask AI. If you have any questions in general, ask me and I'll ask AI for you. Unless it's something you could look up yourself, like Londos is asking me, what's the temperature in New York? Come on, Bob. Happy birthday to me. Hit me up.